fucking go. It's a Tuesday that we will make into a good old Friday. Welcome, chat. We are starting very soon in a crumble. With a little audio bug. That's how we roll up in this motherfucker. Let's go, let's go! Who's drinking coffee? I'm drinking coffee. Is it an espresso? Is it a double espresso? Is it a triple espresso? Is it a line of Coke? You will never know. It's not a line of Coke. Love seeing conversations about taking shit in chat. Hello, everybody on this wonderful Tuesday that I will try to make feel I will never get the grammar of this sentence right. Like a motherfucking Friday. Your boy Gopnik is back 2 days in a row. Am I right? Or am I right? Hello, my beautiful sons of bitches. And guess what is fucking up? You know what is up? I got an air conditioner right above me. Thanks to all you beautiful motherfucking subs, I bought a fucking Mitsubishi goddamn silent ass motherfucking AC, my boy. Silent ass motherfucking AC. Your boy is no longer going to be overheating. Your boy is no longer going to be passively aggressive for no reason. Because your boy is now living the luxurious capitalist dream of having ACs in a 70 fucking year old building. How is chat doing? Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits starting out strong. Yes, contributing to the climate change collectively. Let's motherfucking go. It is hot outside. It is hot inside. But only because I am hot, not because the temperature is very high. This motherfucking thing cleans the air, lowers the temperature, and is as silent as a whistle. Not as a whistle, as a whisper. As a whisper, yes, indeed. Confusing my Anglicisms. Welcome, chat. Today is the second day for the first time, I believe, in all time that I am actually streaming 2 days in a row. I apologize for the little audio mix-up when we started out. I wanted to make sure that nothing gets doubled. And guess what? Everything got motherfucking doubled. But hey, et жизнь, c'est la vie, etc., etc., etc. How are we doing? I saw some nice conversations about shitting yourself. I think the last time I shat myself, I was like 15 or 16. You get a haircut? No, not really. I need to get a haircut, but it's still relatively clean on the side. You know, it's not getting over the ear. That's what matters. As long as it doesn't get over the ear, we're good. Thank you, Razzle Dazzle, for the resub. Hugo and the Deprogram Boys were my first foray into proper theory and not being a baby leftist anymore. Love the wonderful streams and videos. Thank you very kindly. It is very nice to hear that. Means that what we're doing here is not only a form of entertainment, but sometimes it actually manages to, even to my own surprise, push people down the good old funnel. I had a great run pissing myself when I was 6 to 10. Yeah, absolutely, dude. No, I'm a big shit yourself supporter because I've done it up until a very late age, and it wasn't ever like a surprise shit. It was always me thinking that I'll make it on time before I get home. But never making it on time. And you know those awkward moments when you're walking, and then you stand right in front of your fucking apartment building or your house, wherever you live, because your brain knows that you're close to the toilet. So now, like, the sphincter is slowly releasing, and it gets extra difficult to keep it in. Like, I don't know why there has not been enough research on this topic. There is a direct correlation between you getting closer to home and your brain saying, okay, it's now okay for you to, take a shit. I don't know if you've noticed it. If you need to take a shit and you're driving home or you're walking home, the closer you get to home, the more you will feel like shitting yourself. Well, if you exit home and are getting further and further away from home while you need to take a shit, the kind of drive for shit taking will slowly dissipate. At least it's going to limit itself. I don't know. It's the pheromones in the air of the home directly link you to your shit having capabilities. Yes, a great conversation starter that we have up in here. Shit, as always. But let me not bore you with any of these details. My day has been absolutely wonderful. As I said, I got an AC thanks to all my beautiful subscribers. And I am happy now. I'm a happy little content boy because I did much consumerism. The 4 dudes that came to put it in here were fucking wild, man. They were climbing out the window with no protective gear. I gave them like 6 coffees. I ran out of fucking espressos for my machine because they were so hyperactive. They were eyeing my rakia right behind me, but hey, I ain't giving you alcohol when you're supposed to climb out of the window and attach shit on the fucking 4th floor. But yes, Praxis is eating and shitting out at the same time. Very Roman of you, very Roman of you. Anyways, today I have quite a few interesting topics for you, yourself, and you. Thank you very much, Al Naoki, for the resub. Welcome back, my beautiful child soldier of the great Gooner state of Israel. We're going to be talking about stocks. We're going to be talking about Scotland. We're going to be talking about British fascism. We're going to be talking about student protests. We're going to be talking about more and more billions going to Israel. We're going to be talking about the Joe Biden-Israel connection. We're going to be talking about Dugin. We're going to be talking about fucking Andrew Tate himself and his hot takes on these political conversations, as long as we have enough time to cover all of this. Well, with that being said, let's start the day the way we have been starting it for the last few times, and that is with the direct coverage of the most recent news, thanks to our lovely Democracy Now! So, Romka, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Dugin chief anti-fascist, absolutely. The great Marshal Dugin introducing new communist waves to our great Eastern brothers. I don't know enough about Dugin, actually. That's why I'm looking forward to the Tucker Carlson Dugin interview that happened for all of you who might have missed this, but missed these nuts. But yes, let's get into the news, see what the fuck is going on. My beautiful mods, I encourage you, as always, to adjust the title whenever you find the time. And with that being said, let us get right into it. Let me just check my audio levels. Everything should be fine. Am I looking good? Oh, man. For a guy who's only half a face up in this motherfucker, I'm been looking fucking fine, baby. So, let's go.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Students at Columbia University took over Hamilton Hall just after midnight, after the school began suspending students who refused to leave the Gaza Solidarity encampment, which began almost 2 weeks ago. The hall was also the site of an historic student occupation in 1968. Students have renamed the building Hind Hall in honor of Hind Rajab, a 6-year-old Palestinian girl killed by the Israeli military in Gaza.
The kids will be alright. The kids will be alright. Kids will be alright. Kids will be alright. My only hope, genuinely, my only hope, chat, is you fucking youngsters, man. I'm already at the age when I can say my generation has continued to fuck shit up, so... Generation essentialism, here we go. Fuck racism, generation essentialism. Just take all the olds and kick them out. Build a wall, but for the old people to be kept out. Take all the young people from Mexico and then send all the old people to Mexico. Skibbity Ohio Riz, yes, baby.
Police across the country are continuing to crack down on student protesters calling for an end to Israel's assault on Gaza. In Texas, police made at least 100 arrests Monday at a student-led encampment at the University of Texas, Austin. Earlier this morning, police raided an encampment at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, arresting at least 25 people. In California, officials...
And the reason for these arrests that is being given publicly is what? Anti-Semitism and a bunch of fucking stupid-ass motherfucking Karens being, oh my God, feeling that this could potentially violate them. But you didn't feel like something could potentially violate you when fucking Nazis were marching through your fucking cities. No. Now we are fucking scared because these kids are actually calling for some actual fucking meaningful change. Fuck freedom of speech, am I right, baby?
To California.
If I didn't say thank you very much, Al Naoki for the resub. Thanks for the bonus episode on the pod. Of course, my beauty, of course. Thank you for supporting on multiple spots.
State Polytechnic University, Humboldt, have closed the school's campus for the rest of...
You know, I'm like all borderline American. This is how big my fucking coffee is, man. And this is half of it. I had a fucking double espresso, man. These are 4, dude. I might as well just do drugs at this point. Fucking shit is heavy. Speaking of heavy, an ad is going to play in exactly 30 seconds. If you don't want to watch that and support the show for $5 a month or for free through Prime, please do consider doing so and having an adless experience while you give me money to buy more air conditioners. I'm going to have like 10 air conditioners in here. I'm going to record from a fridge, okay? When we reach 5,000 subs, recording from a fridge and dying on camera. Fuck yeah.
Of the semester in an effort to shut down a student occupation. Meanwhile, at the New School here in New York, students have expanded their protests by occupying the lobby of the Parsons School of Design. Students at the Fashion Institute of Technology are continuing their encampment in their school lobby as well.
Thank you, Einar Spills, for the gifted sub. One more soldier for the great Gunnar Army of Israel. And more air conditioners.
New protest encampments have begun at a number of schools, including the University of Chicago and the University of Oregon. Campus protests against Israel's assault on Gaza have also spread overseas, including Sorbonne University in Paris, where students said they were...
Oh, Sorbonne, my beauty. Oh, my God. Sorbonne? Okay, I'm not... She's too much of a comrade for me to share her, but it's the Sorbonne. It's the Sorbonna. It's like... They literally invented one of the key systems for university management, but
were inspired
It's okay.
by the protests at Columbia.
We forgive it, no speak French. If you speak French, though, we do not forgive.
I think that today we have the same concern as elsewhere, as at Columbia, as at Sciences Po, and how it has been happening for 6 months. We're denouncing what we are seeing before our eyes, that is to say the genocide of the Palestinian people, which is being committed by the State of Israel with the active complicity of the French government. Not just the French, of course, but as this is our government, in my opinion, we must denounce it.
Democracy Now! Goes to Columbia University after headlines to speak with students and professors. The student protest comes the death toll in Gaza's top 34,500, including over 14,500 children. U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken has arrived in Jordan as negotiations continue over a proposed 40-day ceasefire and a deal to release more.
Yeah, because only their negotiations are what matters. The fucking Security Council, having voted on this at this point a month and a half ago, that a ceasefire is necessary, and agreed upon a deal by the entire international community. Does not matter, because I have to do my reminding you at least one time per stream that in a unipolar world, it doesn't matter what the international so-called community thinks or wants to achieve. The only thing that matters is what the unipolar, only superpower globally wants to achieve.
Hostages held in Gaza. Blinken urged Hamas to accept the current proposal.
Hamas has before.
Man, they're gooning the hostages so much, it can become like a new phrase. Like, dude, I've been gooning so hard for the last week. My dick looks almost like the fucking hostages, man. Because, like, not to make fun of the hostages, of course, but it's... For people who are doing nothing to save the fucking hostages, they really are gooning the hostages. That is my hot take.
Toward a proposal that is extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel. And in this moment, the only thing standing between the people of Gaza and a ceasefire is Hamas. They have to decide, and they have to decide quickly.
Senior Hamas official Osama Hamdan criticized Blinken's comment. Hamdan told Al Jazeera, quote, stopping the attacks against Palestinians is not generous. The attack itself is a crime. So when you stop a crime, you can't claim that it's a generous action from the Israeli side.
Exactly. I go to your house, I shoot your dog, and I fucking light it on fire, but very slowly, one wall by wall. And then when I reach like the third wall, which is, you know, there's 4 fucking, you know, walls of the house, then I tell you, look how generous I am being. Give me more things and I will not burn the 4th wall. That is not generosity. That is basically just saying I will not murder you 100%. Instead, I will murder you 90%, and you should be very fucking grateful. That is the behavior of fucking terrorists, okay? Thank you, pandas, for the resub, my baby boy. Yeah, baby.
Unquote. Hamas officials are reviewing.
And thank you, Skizara, for the sub with Prime. Welcome to the great Israeli army, my Gunnar brother.
The current proposal.
Wonderful.
Meanwhile,
A new child
Israel's
soldier,
continuing to attack
subscriber.
Rafah and other parts of Gaza. A Palestinian woman, Fayez Abu Taha, spoke to a reporter in Rafah while holding an infant after surviving an Israeli airstrike.
We took her from under the rubble, thank God. She is 2 months old, and thank God. Was she holding a rocket or was she standing near tanks? What's her fault? What would her fault have been if she had been injured or martyred? What would her fault have been? The entire world is seeing what's happening to us.
No, lady, you need to be grateful that the kind and peaceful IDF soldiers did not execute the child. You need to be very, very grateful. Very, very grateful.
Carry out negotiations and things, but we feel like this is all in vain. It's like they're giving us some anesthetic, not more. They carry out negotiations while Israel strikes. Look at us with some compassion, with some humanity. Fear God. This is all.
I mean, there are people that are doing so, the youngest and bravest in the Imperial Corps, and the answer to that is beating the living shit out of them. So
we ask for. We're not asking for much. Just end the war, nothing more.
Politico is reporting a group of lawyers, including 20 that work in the Biden administration, are calling on the president to halt military aid to Israel. In a letter, the attorneys write, quote,
But no, my boy, the only thing he can do is say, no, please, I wagged my finger, there you go, please vote, I wagged my finger as I send billions of dollars over. Please vote.
the law is clear and aligned with the majority of Americans who believe the U.S. should cease arms shipments to Israel until it stops its military operation in Gaza.
Wait, Hitler died on this day? Wait, when did Hitler die? It's today, baby! Soviet Union labor wave or whatever. Fucking. Hitler, rest in peace, bozo bitch! Follow your leader, motherfuckers! I didn't even remember, baby! Happy fucking Hitler Death Day, motherfucker! Fucking follow your leader, you fucking cucks! Yes, boy! Yes! Oh, this is a shitty song. Well. Goodbye, Hitler. May you never fucking return. Your painting sucked as well, bitch. I didn't even know, baby. Today is a good day. Today is a good fucking day, baby. May there be many balconies for them to be thrown off. Never again means never again, motherfucker. Haha, you made my day. I didn't even know it was today. Super race my fucking ass. We wiped you and we will always wipe you. You racist pieces of fucking shit. Okay, back to the normal scheduled broadcast, indeed, but it was necessary to celebrate it properly. Fuck Hitler rights, and fuck Nazis. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
The letter also urges the Justice Department to investigate whether war crimes charges could be brought against U.S. citizens serving in the Israeli military. Amnesty International is also calling on President Biden to halt arms sales to Israel. In a new report, Amnesty documents how Israel's used U.S.-supplied weapons to kill Palestinian civilians. The Biden administration's claiming the International Criminal Court has no jurisdiction to charge Israeli officials for war crimes. This comes amidst reports the ICC may be close to issuing arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials, as well as members of Hamas. State Department spokesperson Vedant Patel spoke Monday.
Red Phil, what else did you celebrate with Discord posts? I think Metal Gear Solid 2, like most of the game, at least the final boss fight was on April 30th. But I completely forgot that it was the birthday of the death of the biggest L taker in history, baby. Ha ha, cry harder, motherfucking Nazi cucks. Sorry, I feel very passionate about Hitler dying.
We've worked to reset our relationship with the ICC. And
the worst thing that Hitler did was die once. If we could have him die many times, that would be great.
We are in contact with the court on a range of issues, including in connection to the court's important work on Darfur, on Ukraine, on Sudan as well. But on this investigation, our position is clear. We continue to believe.
Yeah, best thing that Hitler ever did, exactly, Toasty Android, is kill Hitler. Oh, I fucking dab and do the googie or whatever you fucking Zoomers call it. Dance on his grave, baby.
That the ICC does not have jurisdiction over the Palestinian situation.
The United States has long criticized the International Criminal Court, but last year, President Biden ordered U.S. agencies to share evidence with the court after it issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin after he invaded and occupied parts of Ukraine.
Thank you very much for the best name in chat. Ora, 69420 for the sub.
On Capitol Hill, a number of lawmakers, both Republican and Democrat, threatened to retaliate against the ICC if it takes action against Israel. Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania said, quote, "It would be a fatal blow to the judicial and moral standing of ICC to pursue this path against Israel," he said.
It is okay when they pursue it against my enemy, but it is bad when they pursue it against anybody else. I am America. I am the biggest hypocrite that has ever fucking existed on the face of this earth. the United States passing a legislation that allows it to fucking invade
Wonderful.
the Hague if the
soldier
Hague
and new
actually
subscriber.
convicts any American of war crimes. Yeah, we're definitely the good guys here. Thank you very much, Makanoob, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful Jisraeli Gunner soldier.
Group of more than 50 journalism professors have written to the New York Times calling on the paper to commission an independent review of its report that members of Hamas committed widespread sexual violence October 7th. Numerous media outlets have raised questions about the paper's reporting, which was written in part by a freelance Israeli journalist who had liked multiple posts on social media advocating violence against Palestinians. In news from Ukraine, a Russian missile attack on the city of Odessa has killed 5 and left at least 8 people seriously injured. The missile struck the Odessa Law Academy, which is known locally as the Harry Potter Castle. The
That
United
sucks.
States is warning a large-scale massacre could soon occur in the Sudanese city of El Fasher, the capital of North Darfur. The city's been a key hub for humanitarian groups, but fighting's begun between the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces. The U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, spoke Monday.
As we speak, the RSF is planning an imminent attack on El Fasher. As I've said before, history is repeating itself in Darfur in the worst possible way. And an attack on El Fasher.
Awful, absolutely, and thank you for stating this. But there's also another place where this is repeating, where you continuously raise your fucking hand in opposition to that thing. I have no idea what that thing could be from seizing.
Would be a disaster on top of a disaster. It would put 500,000 internally displaced persons at risk, people who traveled from across Darfur to seek refuge. And that's on top of the 2 million Sudanese who call El Fasher home.
The Washington Post has revealed senior members of India's spy agency were directly involved in a foiled plot to kill a prominent Sikh activist who lives here in New York City. The Washington Post reports the assassination plan was signed off by an officer in India's spy agency, the Research and Analysis Wing. The Post also reports U.S. intelligence agencies believe Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's national security advisor was aware of the assassination plot to kill Gurpatwant Singh Panam, who advocates for an independent state for Sikhs in northern India. Modi's government's denied any
Balkanization
involvement
of the
in
world, let's
assassination
go!
plot on
Everything should balkanize, let's go! Separatism and ethnic-based violence, let's go! Everything is getting better and better, let's go!
operatives. An unprecedented heat wave continues to bake large areas of Southeast Asia. Schools have been closed in Bangladesh and parts of the Philippines. The temperature in Burma has reached as high as 118
Climate disaster, let's go! Balkanization and climate disaster in combination, plus genocide, plus ethnic-based violence, let's go!
degrees Fahrenheit.
Everything sucks, let's go!
The heat wave is also impacting Cambodia.
Balkanization is a very bad
Vietnam,
idea, my
and
friend. Why are you asking that?
India.
Oh.
The World Meteorological Organization recently reported the climate
What do you think I'm saying? Oh, climate change, let's go! And like another, an ironic way, maybe.
crisis impacted Asia more than any other region last year. President Biden's called on Congress again to pass an assault weapons ban after 4 law enforcement officers, including 3 U.S. Marshals, were shot dead in Charlotte, North Carolina, as they attempted to serve a warrant on a man wanted for firearms possession. 4 other officers.
Jesus fucking Christ, my dudes arrived with fucking 15 cars, a fire truck, and 700 AR-15s to take care of a fucking warrant report. It's like, It's like the fucking corporate thing when like you have like 20 employees and then you have 25 guys working in HR, man. That is the police force in the American corporation, dude. Just fucking so fucking overbloated that it makes the average American cop look skinny.
Officers were wounded in the shootout, which also left the wanted individual dead. Johnny Jennings is the chief of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department.
About 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force went to the 5,000 block of Galway Avenue in an attempt to serve a warrant on an individual for possession of firearm by a convicted felon. When they approached that individual, they were met with gunfire. Officers returned gunfire and struck the victim, who was later pronounced deceased in the front yard of the residence. As officers approached that individual, they then received additional gunfire from inside of the residence.
And the United...
So wait, they went there, the guy started shooting at them, and in the response, they shot a random dude. That's what your fucking healthcare money goes to. Jesus Christ.
Auto workers and Daimler Truck reached a deal Friday to avert a possible strike at the truck and bus manufacturer in North Carolina.
Tax dollars in action, brothers. Yeah, brother. Fucking stimulate the police force, brother. We need more fucking police officers, brother. More victims, brother. Yes, indeed, brother.
Carolina. Under the tentative deal, 7,000 workers...
Exchanging the mode of production and the economic system into one, which will not stimulate people into criminal activities as the only means through which they can find a better life for themselves. No, no, no. More AR-15s and tanks for the cops. Yes, yes, yes.
Workers at Daimler Truck will see their salaries increase by 25% over the next 4 years. This is UAW President Sean Payne.
Time's up for billionaires who think working class people can't stand up for themselves. Time's up for a system of exploitation that destroys lives, that destroys families.
Yeah, brother!
And the clock has run out on corporate greed. Today belongs to the working class.
This is the type of fucking American I'm fucking talking about, brother. Yes, brother! This is the type of American I want to fucking eat a fucking burger with, brother. Yeah, brother! God fucking damn it, motherfucker!
And those are some of the headlines.
What type of what, boy, if you know what I mean?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Thank you very much, Amy Goodman, for that great report, which basically we watch the news absolutely every stream to start the stream, and it's always the same news. So, like, cops shot a guy they weren't supposed to shoot. The United States is saying, oh, we don't want so much death while sending guns over to Israel, and students are having the shit beat out of them. This has been a chain reaction for the last, what, fucking 3 weeks? God fucking damn it, man. God fucking damn it. Let me go back to the playlist, the good old thick-ass motherfucking playlist. Yeah, the thick-ass playlist. Where's that thick boy playlist? Yeah, baby.
Stock by
baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. What did I want to play now? Billions for Israel. With that being said, let us move directly into a very interesting video I've seen, and that is on our favorite Joe Buden.
Were there not in Israel?
And it's called Why Joe Buden Won't Stop Israel. But before we go into it, there is, just like Joe Buden will not stop Israel, Twitch will not stop ads. Do not be part of the apartheid ad system. Pull yourself by your bootstraps and get out of it. For only $5 a month or for free through Prime, click the motherfucking button and have an adless experience. The ad will play in exactly 30 seconds, and I can do nothing to stop it.
The United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
If I were a Jew, I would be a Zionist. As a matter of fact, you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
I have had the view for the past 24 years that the only way in which there will be peace in the Middle East is when the Arab nations...
Please, my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful mods, adjust the title. Thank you kindly.
No, there is no division between the United States and Israel.
What my record...
The 51st state of the United States. Always remember, the American support for the state of Israel has nothing to do with their support for the Jewish people. It is only a mechanism through which they can create an incredibly allied colony in the Middle East from which they can launch all sorts of operations while keeping their interests not only alive, but thriving in the territory. They literally just made a colony. Like that's Israel. They just made a colony. They made the 51st state of the United States in the Middle East. They would have played on any sort of like fucking ethnic or religious story on why they were doing it. They could use Syrians, they could use Jews, they could use Saudis, they could use whatever. The opportunity presented itself during World War II, and because the Jewish man did not have a homeland, quote unquote, in order for them to create the Zionist state of Israel, only and exclusively because it could protect their interests, their imperial interests in the region for decades, if not centuries to come. That is the only reason why the United States so fervently supports Israel, because it's not supporting Israel, it's supporting itself. That is America 2.0, just a different flag and a slightly adjusted civil liberties system. That's it.
It has been unstinted in the defense and support of Israel.
The United States has never and will never lose our resolve. Israel will never waver. I'm never going to leave Israel.
For the past 6 months, the images of a genocide out of Gaza have gripped the world. Razed neighborhood after razed neighborhood, mass grave after mass grave, mass slaughter after mass slaughter. Fathers carrying their children's body parts in plastic bags, mothers screaming, looking for whatever remains of their families, children left without limbs, without faces.
What did these children do wrong? What crime did they commit to deserve tons of bombs on their heads?
While the genocide of the Palestinians is carried out by the state and military of Israel, the United States, under the leadership of President Joe Biden, has played the role of its sponsor.
The defense of Israel is still critical, so...
Which, as we say on YouGopnik Twitter all the time, the sponsor should be considered at all times as a direct participant in the conflict. It is insane liberal moralism for us to differentiate sending weapons, sending money, and sending intelligence to an army that is performing on the ground as not an act of war, okay? It is just linguistical logistics at play there. The United States is actively participating in the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza by sending military equipment, funding, intelligence, and training to the IOF.
There's no red line.
We are not going to create any conditions on the support that we are giving Israel to defend itself.
We will always be there by your
Exactly, Toasty Android. Nazis that were logistics officers were still Nazis. Thank you.
side.
The United States strongly supports Israel and its right to defend itself from Hamas. And that support is unwavering.
I wanted to ensure, is that still the case, that the administration has no red lines?
That is still the case.
Since October 7th, the United States government has provided billions in military aid to Israel and unwavering political and legal support, both domestically and internationally, in addition to direct military support. But as the Biden administration and the Democratic Party find themselves in a political crisis in the middle of an election year, there's been a specific media narrative shift on who's actually running the show.
Nobody expects Prime Minister Netanyahu to do the things that must be done to break the cycle of violence.
It's curious to me to see Netanyahu talk the way he does when he tried to interfere in American elections.
We could go down the list of what Bibi Netanyahu has done to make Israel weaker, to make them open to that attack.
This line isn't necessarily new, but it actively erases not only U.S. culpability in the genocide of Palestinians, but Joe Biden's own ideological support of it. And
it removes the conversation about Israel by de facto being an apartheid state, and that leading to the resistance of the Palestinian people, which have suffered under its grip for the last 60 years, just like any civil rights movement ever throughout history has done in opposition to a state which treats them as fifth-class citizens. It removes this systematic analysis of cause and effect by saying, oh no, it's just the current government that is doing this. If we only participate in a bit of a better electoralism, or us as the United States, if we encourage a different sort of leader, Israel is going to be different. Well, it's just going to be a more fucking open-minded, Hitler light, that because it is the system on which a colonial project such as Israel is based on that is causing these atrocities, not the particular leadership that is also a kind of son, a kind of offspring of that system that is currently in charge. This is an inherently liberal disease of not being able to understand state actors as actors of the domestic ideology, which is based on how it was funded, the economic system locally, and the general the general political ideology of the particular system. That the liberal believes that every election cycle it is a battle of ideologies, and while it might be a battle of ideologies on topics which can still exist inside of the vacuum of the system, the election will never be about potentially changing the system, because that would be seen as a allegorical or literal coup d'etat against the system itself. Therefore, elections in an apartheid state can never change the fact that it's an apartheid state, just like elections inside of a capitalist structure cannot change the fact that it is a capitalist structure. But no, liberals just, really love voting and think that actually can bring radical change.
What his legacy should and will be.
There's no apology.
Yeah, Hitler might be replaced with Mussolini if things go lucky, exactly.
To be made. None.
Welcome to Backspace, where we look at how the story is told in the headlines, and then we think about how we can tell it a little differently. On March 18th, the Washington Post published this article, detailing how President Joe Biden had found himself deeply entangled in a war he does not want, and that threatened to become a defining element of his tenure. The article, drawing from 20 interviews from administration officials and external advisors, reported that the Biden administration was well aware 3 weeks into Israel's bombardment of Gaza that civilian structures were being targeted, and that there was no actual plan presented by the Israelis to defeat Hamas. All this while the administration was publicly giving Israel a carte blanche to do whatever it wanted in Gaza, all while it approved more than 100 military arms sales. The article, however, relies on what has become a popular refrain from not just this administration, but also the Democratic Party, the idea that President Joe Biden, and thus the United States, is beholden to the whims of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Netanyahu, I think, made a huge mistake by making himself a partisan figure. Netanyahu's interest, in a way, politically speaking, is to prolong the war. And right now, that's a direct conflict with the Democrats and Joe Biden.
What is the President of the United States to do with an ally like that?
Israel has a prime minister now who is incapable, unwilling, and in many ways politically unable to articulate such a vision.
Netanyahu's not listening to us, and he's a part of a rather extremist project.
The goals of President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu are fundamentally at odds.
No more money to Netanyahu's war machine.
Now, there are three problems with this framing. First, it reduces the blame of not just the genocide.
Exactly what we said previously. I have not pre-watched, I swear to God. Yeah.
Unfolding in Gaza, but also the occupation, system of apartheid, the land theft, ethnic cleansing, to one person, Netanyahu. It furthers this idea that, hey, this is...
It also pushes away through the rhetoric of, hey, we're trying to make him stop, but he's a psycho that doesn't want to stop, and he's an ally, so we can't slap him around. We're really sorry, but it's definitely not me, Nancy Pelosi, and me, Joe Biden, that are pushing this. It's our ally that is very strict and very radical on this particular topic, which is, just a topic, such as murder of 35,000 plus people, but, just a topic.
In Israel, this isn't democratic Israel. This is Netanyahu. He's the problem here. And so if Netanyahu is the problem, if he's gone, like Schumer alluded to, then, well, there is no issue. And we're back on track to a two-state solution status quo where there is actually only one state, Israel. This purposely erases not only 75 years of history, but also ignores what are core truths about Israel as a nation from the day it was founded, especially that there is no room for Palestinians and Palestinian self-determination. While Israeli polls find little support in Israel for Netanyahu himself, his government's genocidal war has continued to be overwhelmingly popular amongst Israeli Jews. 2/3 oppose ending the occupation, 2/3 oppose aid reaching Palestinians in Gaza, and 80% believe that the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza shouldn't be taken into consideration over the course of the war. The second problem with the focus on Netanyahu...
And there you go. That is a systematic problem, and a system creates a local ideology, and The only way for this local ideology to be changed is for the system itself to be changed. Changing who is on top of this, who's like the main head of this hydra, only slightly moves the direction in which the hydra swims. You got to get rid of all the heads.
As the issue,
You got to get rid of the idea that a hydra state can exist in the first place.
is that it presents the United States as not only having no leverage on Israel, but also that the foreign policy of the world's most powerful country and military is being controlled by a small country that militarily depends on aid from it to survive. And you'd think that these folks would be a little bit more careful about the consequences of rolling out something that sounds a lot like a Israel controls America trope. And the third problem with reducing all of this, everything we have seen unfold for the last 6 months, especially to just Netanyahu's belligerence, is that it erases American direct culpability in this genocide, a genocide that would not be possible without the United States. It also requires that we ignore everything Biden himself is saying and has said and done for decades.
Early on when I was a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist.
Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. And my father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist.
Joe Biden is, inarguably, the most pro-Israel president in U.S. history. From his days as a senator to his tenure now as president, Biden has openly and repeatedly made his commitment to Israel as not just...
And that for some reason is okay. The leader of the most developed economy in the world, the only world military superpower as we know it today, at least for now, openly states that he believes in an apartheid regime of ethnic cleansing and colonization of the Palestinian people by the Zionist ideology and the Zionist movement. The president openly stating this.
A country, but as a necessity, known.
I don't think there's any senator who's ever done more fundraisers for AIPAC.
You don't need to, you only need to listen to what they say. You don't need this hardcore analysis or why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? They're telling you right in your face that they fucking love Zionism.
Gone around the country more for AIPAC.
And while we know that the Israel lobby plays a massive political role in the United States in a bipartisan way, Biden has never really needed the lobby. By his own admission, the roots of his affinity for and belief in Israel started when he was a child, listening to his father extol the virtue and necessity of a Jewish state post-World War II.
The miracle of Israel is Israel. It's Israel itself. The hope it inspires. The light it represents to the world.
There's an infamous story about Biden's zeal for Israel told by Menachem Begin, who was the 6th Prime Minister of Israel and the former leader of
But this
the
is
Irgun.
completely
The
ideologically in
Zionist
line with
paramilitary
the
group
American status quo. I mean, America is a state built on mass murder, genocide, and colonialization, and therefore it is only an ideological extension of the thought that America as such deserves to continue existing as a project, to believe in the Zionist project, because the Zionist project is a colonialist project and it is at the core based on the same principles that the founding fathers of the United States have followed as well. Equal rights for the local population that we consider citizenry, and everybody else can suck a dick.
responsible for some of the most notorious massacres in the 1948 ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. In 1982, as Israel was conducting a devastating aerial bombardment of Beirut, Begin met with a young Senator Joe Biden from Delaware.
What I'm trying to say by what I said previously is that the United States supporting Israel as such, as it exists at the current moment, is not some big anti-American thing that they're doing. Some big oh my God, this goes against American values, etc., etc. I mean, the values of a society are defined by what it does, not necessarily what it believes. Israelis themselves, especially state representatives of Israel, believe that they're the good guys. Fucking everybody believes, Putin believes he's the good guy, Xi Jinping believes he's the good guy, fucking, Brazilian leadership believes they're good guys. Brazil mentioned, yeah, baby. Everybody believes that they're the good guys. I believe I'm a good guy. You believe you're a good guy. A fucking guy who does fucking sexual assault probably believes he's a good guy. That doesn't matter if you believe you're the good guy. Doesn't matter if you believe you're morally more correct than the other side. What matters is what you actually do. And how you frame morality by yourself. The United States has framed morality of power, where a colonizer gets to come, overtake, and at one point completely eliminate any memory of the previous inhabitants of a land, and that is how it has created the United States of America. Therefore, de facto, inside of the moral compass of an American politician, of an American patriot, of an American nationalist, Israel is basically doing the same thing, and therefore, if you believe in the morality of the United States as a concept, as a colonial project, you must de facto believe in Israel as a colonial project, because there's not a lot of difference.
According to Buden, Biden applauded the Israeli aggression in Lebanon and said that he personally would have bombed more, even if it meant killing more women and children. For perspective, then U.S. President Ronald Reagan would go on to call Israel's actions in Lebanon a Holocaust.
Children are not avenged by the murder of other children.
During his 36-year career as a senator, Biden became the top recipient to receive money from the Israel lobby, something he, as vice president, even boasted about at a dinner in front of more than 2,000 members of the American Jewish community in 2011.
But you know what we don't receive? We don't receive any money from Israel. That is why we have to play ads. Ads that will play in exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So do you want me to not go and ask Bibi for some money? Then for $5 a month or for free through Prime, send them my way and enjoy an adless experience. Otherwise, I am calling up Bibi right now. Give me that good old Jisrael Gooner money, baby.
Biden's commitment to
Yeah, it will play in exactly 2 minutes.
Israel really came to a head and changed the course of American-Israeli relations when he became vice president in 2008. The presidency of Barack Obama marked a critical moment in U.S. history. He was seen as this fresh-faced future vision for a country that, after suffering the worst attack on its soil since World War II, had plunged itself into political and economic disaster.
2 wars, a planet in peril, the worst financial crisis in a century.
And the only thing I'm going to do about that is continue it. Hope. Obama, yeah, baby.
But while
Jones Zaddy, yes, Jones Zaddy.
So much hope and change rested on the young senator's shoulders during his campaign, he was missing experience, especially in foreign policy.
With relatively little foreign policy experience of your own, how will you rely on so many Clinton advisors and still deliver the kind of break from the past that you're promising voters?
Well, I am...
I want to hear
that. The other fucking Satan in the room laughs.
Hillary,
Look at this wonderful, diverse group of Satans. I'm sorry, Satan.
looking forward to you advising me as well.
And that's where Joe Biden came in, the senator from Delaware who was known as the foreign policy guy. Biden was the architect for President Obama's foreign policy, a foreign policy that, while focused on diplomacy, also expanded America's war footprint across the world. It was also a foreign policy that made Obama one of the most pro-Israel presidents in U.S. history. Despite Obama's well-known dislike of also then Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and their tumultuous relationship, especially over the Iran deal, his presidency saw the relationship between Israel and the United States reach unprecedented heights, especially in military support. As almost a parting gift, the Obama administration left Israel with a $38 billion military aid package, the biggest in U.S. history.
No president has done it.
I mean, I know about this, but every time I get fucking reminded, man. Every time I get reminded. Dude, if any Balkan state received 1/10 of that in arms, we would blow the living shit out of each other, okay? And that is why nobody gives us that much free guns. But for some reason, giving that shit to Israel makes absolute fucking sense. Giving 10x of what would make us blow each other up to Israel makes absolute fucking sense. Maybe, just maybe, when you need to continuously funnel tens of billions of dollars towards a state's military apparatus, maybe that should tell you that everybody fucking hates the shit out of it. And why does everybody hate the shit out of it? Because it's an insane apartheid colonial project that has no fucking business doing what it is currently doing. But no, we're going to ignore that and we're going to give them more money and more money and more money. And that unfortunately will be the inevitable downfall of Israel as we know it right now as an apartheid state. Because, I don't know, that just to me, sounds insanely fucking unsustainable, okay? At one point, either the money runs out, or the motivation runs out, or the willingness for people to put up with it runs out. Well, you also don't have health care.
As much for Israel's security as President Obama.
In a 2020 article for Jewish Currents, Peter Beinart noted that Vice President Biden actively and repeatedly shielded Netanyahu from any consequences and criticism from President Obama. Biden wanted Obama to show stronger support for Israel and its right to defend itself. Beinart, in his piece, ultimately argued that were he to be the Democratic nominee, Biden would set back any progress the Democrats may have made ideologically on defending the Israeli government.
Joe Biden is the most pro-Israel president that has ever existed. He was the most pro-Israel vice president that has ever existed, and currently is the most pro-Israel president that has ever existed. Even before he was a president, politically, he was the most openly Zionist individual on planet Earth. Therefore, de facto, if you believe that your voting has fucking power and you are not a fucking Zionist, voting for him is absolutely fucking insane. Okay? You are literally voting for the most Zionist president to ever fucking exist. How much more do you need for you to not consider fucking bloodying your hands and your mind by doing this? But no. We will significantly improve things. We will push him left. We will push we will push the fucking founder of the British Fascist Party further from Hitler. That's what we're going to do.
Many became evident in President Barack Obama.
It's 1931, and we really got to vote for that one president that really constantly talks about how National Socialism has rebuilt Germany from the ground up and how he really fucks with that shit. We really want to vote. We really should vote for him while being extremely against the continuation of the hostilities in Gaza. That really makes sense. That really makes sense ideologically and from every fucking lens. No, that's called fucking schizophrenia, dude.
A strikingly different approach to Israel and the United States' response to the October 7th attacks.
And what is also true is that the occupation and what's happening to Palestinians is unbearable. All of us have are complicit to some degree. I look at this and I think back, what could I have done during my presidency to move this forward?
And so, what happened with Biden's presidency? What have the Palestinians gotten, the Israelis? The Donald J. Trump presidency was undoubtedly disastrous for Palestinians. It saw the expansion of settlements, the Abraham Accords, the move of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, and the defunding of UNRWA. The Biden administration, having campaigned as the antidote to MAGA, did little to reverse much of the previous administration's extreme policies. Instead, it embraced most of them and set them as the new status quo. Until now.
And how do you change the status quo even in electoral politics? It is when you say that on a particular matter you will not budge, and when you create a segment of the electoral body that says on this particular topic we are not fucking budging or we're not voting for you. If you still vote for this guy as he is supporting what is going on the ground, how the fuck do you think he will change his opinion on this particular subject? Which also disgusts me to call the mass murder of 35,000 people, out of which almost half are children, a subject, but you get my fucking point. Like, even with Voot Brain, I'm not shitting on Voot Brain in general, but even with Voot Brain, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. You're not pushing anybody left. You're not pushing anybody against imperialism. You're not pushing anybody against Netanyahu or against Israeli apartheid and the system which it supports. You're not. You're literally telling them, no matter what your foreign policy on Israel is, we will continue to support you. Therefore, again, even through the Voot Brain, it makes no fucking sense to do this. It makes it's. Am I speaking into the void? Like, am I saying something stupid? Because this is supposed to be like the most fucking obvious shit.
Over the last 6 months, the Biden administration has created a new normal in the American approach.
Please do not confuse chat Jisrael and Israel. Jisrael is the promised state of all great Gunnar people. Gunnar peoples deserve a homeland. We will go and we will either populate parts of Great Britain or part of Alaska where nobody lives. Israel is a completely different conversation, okay?
Approach the Israeli
The great Gunnars deserve their state, okay?
occupation of Palestine, that of genocide.
Xi Jinping has promised me personally that that will be their great colonial project, the great Chinese-supported Gunnar state of Israel.
While the administration has spent those 6 months saying that they have some concerns about Israel's conduct, there is nothing this president and the administration
that was a good edit.
concerns about Israel.
That was a great edit.
Those 6 months saying that they have some concerns about Israel's conduct, there is nothing this president and the administration have done to show that they have any other interest than the continuation of the genocide in Gaza. And they can't just throw that blame on Netanyahu. After all, was it Netanyahu who made Biden say that he saw with his own eyes beheaded Israeli babies? Was it Netanyahu who made Biden say that he has no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about their number of dead? Was it Netanyahu who made Biden flood arms into Israel, who made Biden and Blinken bypass Congress twice on emergency weapons sales to Israel, push for an $18 billion military aid package, have every spokesperson of the administration get up in front of journalists and cover for Israel's documented and undeniable war crimes? And was it Netanyahu who made former Clinton advisor Aaron David Miller say in an interview with The New Yorker that Biden does not hold Palestinians as equals to Israelis? It took one phone call from Biden to Netanyahu following the World Central Kitchen massacre to make Israel temporarily open up 3 aid corridors to allow food and medical supplies into North Gaza, which it has been starving for months. And we're supposed to believe this president is just paralyzed from doing anything to alleviate the suffering of Palestinians?
Exactly. No. If you care so passionately about what is happening in Gaza, voting for Biden is literally voting for Netanyahu. There's no fucking difference. There is no fucking difference. I'm sorry. Yes, Trump bad. Obviously, fucking Trump bad. But like, what do you want Biden to do for you to not consider him an active culprit in the mass murder of Palestinians? What, take a fucking AR and go to Gaza himself? You'll probably vote for him as well. You're like, oh my God, but Netanyahu really pushed him. You know, he was powerless. They said, we're either allies or not. No.
To stop this genocide? Really? The U.S. news coverage of Joe Biden's role in this genocide has to change. And that change begins with reckoning with the simple truth that Gaza is Joe Biden's genocide.
Machete!
Biden's statements and the statements of any and all administration officials need to be seen in the context of both the history of the president and the current actions of this government. By refusing to do that, the basic contextual work, U.S. news media is doing propaganda for the Biden administration that allows them to shirk any and all culpability in this genocide. Newsrooms are also paving the way for the Biden administration's carte blanche to Israel to escalate the war into a regional one. But for the U.S. news media to have that reckoning, it needs to first reckon with the role it's played over 6 months in pushing lies and Israeli talking points that have made the case for the destruction and slaughter in Gaza. But that assumes that it would even want to. As we noted in our October episode, the U.S. media works to protect Israel, not hold it accountable.
Of course it doesn't want to.
What we've seen from U.S.
Of course it doesn't want to. It gets money from fucking making guns for them. It gets a 51st state to represent their interests locally. The only problem they're having right now is if we're going to lose votes based on this. But the liberals will say, no, Chairman Joe, you're not going to lose votes even as you're supporting mass murder. That's the only bargaining chip you voters have. And you're like so willing to just give it up and be like, no, other guy worse. Just, no wonder you never get fucking promoted at work. No wonder you can't get a fucking girlfriend to stay with you. You don't know how to fucking, you don't know, you just sit there and take shit. That's the type of person you are. That's how you think, that's the type of person you are. You're okay with being continuously cucked in everything, in ideology, in life, in work, in absolutely everything. I cannot respect you. I cannot fucking respect you. That is the complete and utter fucking lack of any sort of basic fucking human principles that you have, okay? You're worse than a fucking NPC. At least an NPC follows some sort of fucking code. You have no code. You have no code. You're just fucking, you're like a leaf blowing depending on where the fucking wind of the elephant pushes you into, or the donkey, or whatever the fuck. It's pathetic. It's simplistic. It's weak. It is weak. You are weak.
Newsroom since October 7th exponentially exceeds the level of propaganda we saw in the lead up to the U.S. invasion of
You fucking disgust me.
Iraq. And when that is the order of the day, what future is there for this industry? When basic journalistic practices are not just simply forgotten, but viciously thrown to the side, what is the point of journalism? What does it become, and where does it lead itself and others to? And if there is no moment of introspection, then it just ensures a continuation of propaganda that only worsens. Over 33,000 Palestinians have been killed in the Israeli-U.S. genocide, with over 1/3 of them being children. There's forced starvation. We've seen the entire healthcare system in Gaza burnt down as hospitals have become slaughterhouses. Mass graves, tens of thousands of amputations, widespread diseases, mass executions and disappearances, aid seekers gunned down. War crime after war crime. And while that is Joe Biden's legacy, it is also the legacy of a news media that has refused to hold him, his government, and his closest ally accountable.
Brilliant
Thanks so much
video.
for watching.
One of the absolutely best videos I've watched on the coverage of the relationship between the current presidency, the United States of America, and not Israel, remember, and Israel. Incredible video. AJ Plus, I can't believe you made it. Bravo. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Respect to
We know that
Sana Said. Respect to Sana Said, host, senior producer, and the writers of this. This was absolutely fantastic. This was absolutely fucking fantastic. If by any chance you're watching this, mad fucking respect. Thank you. That was great fucking work. There was looking at the system behind it, looking at Joe Biden's past, looking at his ideology as he presents it himself, looking at the power dynamics between Israel and the United States, looking at the difference between saying one thing and doing a completely different thing. Absolutely bravo, 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 pičku matinu, svaka čast. Svaka čast. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Let's continue on this topic with what I think Double Down News made recently. This is titled, America's support for Israel is one big scam.
Single driving force behind the genocide of Palestinian civilians right now. They're paying for it, they're arming it. So the notion that nobody's done more to safeguard the suffering of Palestinian civilians is part of the fiction. Everything the U.S.
And yes, as we speak, ICJ rules against imposing measures. Of course they fucking did. ICJ rules against imposing measures on Germany over Israel aid. The UN Secretary General strongly encourages Israel and Hamas to agree on deal. Yeah, dude, really? UN Secretary General marks the end of the Jewish holiday Passover and says after 7 months of the war on Gaza, situation for Palestinians in the enclave is worsening by the day. I have called consistently for a humanitarian ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, and a massive surge in humanitarian aid. Fortunately, that has not happened yet, but negotiations are once again underway. For the sake of the people of Gaza, for the sake of hostages and their families in Israel, and for the sake of the region and the wider world, I strongly encourage the government of Israel and Hamas leadership to reach an agreement. Yeah. Okay, no, he's pushing towards an agreement. He's not pushing towards this current agreement that Israel has put forward, which is basically, hey, we're not going to burn down your whole house. Be thankful. We're only going to burn down 3 of the 4 walls. Okay.
says about the universality of human rights is nothing but a mirage. It's all rooted in double standards and hypocrisy. Human rights are not for everyone. The US has always sought to protect and shield Israel from accountability for its crimes, very much in opposition to the world. The US has consistently undermined Palestinian rights and consistently supported the aggressor. So Genocide Joe's actions I see as an extension of US foreign policy towards Palestine and not as an exception or an aberration.
No America. Congratulations to Ufigi. You have received VIP status, the first one in chat, for having created such dope-ass emotes, etc., etc. Thank you kindly for your work. First VIP. Congratulations, Ufigi.
The president will let Israel go down the tube. Right. Democrat or Republican, it's not an issue.
When we look at Israel and we try to understand this bizarre relationship between the US-Israel and the words which are always used to describe this relationship.
So I fought for Israel like no president ever before?
It's always an unbreakable bond.
Israel has built unbreakable bonds of friendship.
The bonds between the United States and Israel are unbreakable.
Our unbreakable alliance with Israel.
Shared values.
We're united in our shared values. The connection between the Israeli people and the American people is bone deep.
Support for Israel has always been bipartisan. So for many of us, it's in our DNA.
That's very strange language to use. I mean, it's a completely separate country that has nothing to do with the United
But that's the meme, no, it's not, baby.
States in theory, but in fact, in practice, Israel is an extension of the American imperial project.
He is right that they are united in their values. Exactly, Micha.
Project in the Middle East.
I think it's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
If this capital crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain.
If there was no ads, the United States of Twitch will have to create ads in order to support itself, but not really support its creators. Speaking of which, in exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they will attack our great Gunner state of Israel with an ad. I can do nothing to stop it, but you can. Support our great independent soldiers by becoming one of them and create the great Gunner utopia that our people have always deserved, the great state of Israel. For $5 a month or for free through Prime, have an adless experience and become one of my great child soldiers. I will buy many air conditioners with it. Thank you for your consideration. The ad will start in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Is our commitment to our aid. And I don't even call it.
Oh, wow. 11 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10. This might be my highest rated one. Holy fucking shit, baby. I should become a fucking recruiter.
Our cooperation with Israel.
Any American right now watching this unfold should be deeply troubled because without U.S. financial support for Israel's apartheid regime, without the U.S.'s financial support for this ongoing genocide, it simply could not take place. And so as an American, to know that every year you pay taxes and that those taxes do not go to building a better educational system in the United States, they don't go to improving our healthcare infrastructure or providing more Americans with access to affordable healthcare. They don't go to ending student debt. They don't go to curing the problem of homelessness. They don't go to making sure that all of America's children are fed. They don't go to dealing with any of the domestic issues that we are facing as a people in the United States. Instead, that money is being sent to Israel to make sure that Israelis have subsidized healthcare, that Israelis have access to affordable housing in illegal settlements on stolen Palestinian land.
Because Israel continuing to exist as an apartheid state is directly in line with the capitalist system of the United States. Why? How are these things correlated? Well, when you are the unipolar world power, you continue your capital expansion through imperialism. You cannot continue capital expansion through imperialism without having states that represent your interests in every single corner of the world. And Israel plays that exact role in the Middle East, allowing for the capitalist elites of the United States to get richer and richer by the day by exploiting both the resources, industry, and labor in those particular regions.
And that money is being sent to Israel.
It all goes back to capitalism, chat. Yes, it all goes back to capitalism, unfortunately. As Lenin himself said, every capitalist state reaches a point where either they need to expand their markets outwards, that's when you use imperialism, or when they need to find cheaper labor, that's when they use imperialism. And without puppet states such as this, they cannot functionally or practically commit to imperialism.
To prop up its military, which is responsible for carrying out a 56-year-long military.
Thank you to the legendary Romka for the 100 bits. In Jizrael, we will eliminate capitalism by sharing the Jizrael and collectivizing the means of Jizraeli production. Exactly. Jizz shall be shared among all.
Military occupation. That money is being sent to ensure that Israel can carry out these crimes. And that should be deeply troubling to every single American. Even Americans who, let's say, look, I don't care about politics, it's all so far away, it doesn't affect me. I understand not everyone has to be interested in international politics, and there's so many conflicts happening all around the world. How could you possibly keep up with all of them? But if you were to keep up with just one of them, you should probably pay attention to this one, because your money is being sent to finance this particular conflict. That's money that not only do you need, but also...
Does Jizrael also have a camp collection unit? No, it does not, because it is a peaceful nation, a nation that does not dedicate itself to colonization. It simply coexists with the local population of whatever piece of land we will colonize, because it will not change the local culture. It will not change the local flag. It will not change the local religion or ideology. It will not treat anybody as a second-class citizen. They will only introduce them to the great ideas of gooning, and through that, quite literally, get harder and harder.
Could be used in many more beneficial ways. So we should all have a problem with the way that U.S. taxpayer money is being used to continue to...
Basically, instead of class consciousness, it would introduce them jizz consciousness. That's it.
Deny millions of Palestinians their human rights and do everything in our power to stop this. It's so essential in this moment to center Palestinian voices. We are credible narrators of our own lived experience, and unfortunately, the corporate media does not allow us to present our lived...
Thank you. Go check out Double Down News, always doing good work. Now let's move to our second favorite white people, the Europeans.
Voters
Why
across Europe?
The European dream was lost on university students in Maastricht.
Will elect a new European Parliament in June, and the polls and predictions show a shift in the balance of power. Far-right parties
Man,
could
this
emerge
is so
as the
nice.
strongest...
Dude, this is so nice to just get to change the fucking air conditioning up in here. Thank you to all the beautiful subs for allowing me to have a fucking air conditioner.
Political force.
You bought this, chat. You bought this. You bought my beautiful, beautiful motherfucking air conditioner. You want to see my air conditioner? Wait, let me show you my air conditioner. Yes, I am that old that I'm talking about my fucking air conditioner. Let's go. Okay. Getting old is...
SV baby, going live in 10 minutes with an air conditioner. Thank you, subs. Thank you for the air conditioner. Yeah, baby, Mitsubishi, baby, yeah.
What the fuck did I just press? No. Auto. Shit. I fucked it up. Shit. No, that's heat. That's cold. That's cold. Okay. No, don't go so hard. Fan speed. Automatic. What did I press? It started going hard. High echo. No, neither. Okay. Jesus Christ. I am very weak. Yeah, real socialists don't use air conditioning. Exactly, brother. Exactly, brother.
European Union countries, including France and the Netherlands, and they're predicted to come in second in many countries such as Germany. Now, turnout among young voters is expected to be higher than in the last election 5 years ago, and that's a demographic all political parties want to win over. Tonight, the leaders of 8 major European political parties, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, faced off in a debate in the Dutch city of Maastricht. The audience, hundreds of university students. And DW's Terry Schultz, she had a front row seat to tonight's debate. She joins me now from Maastricht in the Netherlands. Terry, good to see you. So this was an event full of university students, and right now, as I understand it, you were supposed to be at an after party, but instead, you're standing, well, I'm looking there,
Thank you to the legendary Yanagibashi for the gifted sub. Thank you very much. As always, the legendary Yanagibashi is now hitting 53 gifted subs. Thank you, Yana.
empty square. What happened?
That's right, Brent. After this major kickoff event.
And we're getting a fucking chain going. Thank you very much, Risk Inverse, for the resub. 2 months. Welcome back, my beautiful. That is how we fucking do it up in here. And then Romka fucking adds up to this shit with 100 bits. Champagne Socialist Aircon user. Ooh, hypocrite. Ooh, yes. Definitely individualism will solve everything. Yes. Did you recycle the bottles? I recycled many of the bottles. I Googled how many bottles do I need to recycle before getting a air conditioner, and the system glitched. It said, oh my God, you're promoting socialism all the time. You get to drive a fucking 600 horsepower gas guzzling truck. You get to have 10 air conditionings. You get to fucking basically create a small non-nuclear reactor in your house that guzzles up as much energy as a small town, because you offset your CO2 output by screaming about communism on the internet. Thank you for giving me this privilege. I was vegetarian also for 5 years. That's how I lied to myself.
Ursula von der Leyen and 7 other political leaders.
But
there
Jesus,
was
now
supposed to be a big festive party where students could discuss what they had heard. You know, there were DJs planned, there were bars set up, but as it perhaps is appropriate, the real world intruded on these plans, and a group of pro-Palestinian students held a protest across the street from the venue. And
thank you very much, Romka, for another 100 bits. Nuclear reactor would honestly be better for the environment. Exactly, that's why I'm joking. I want to do things that are as bad for the environment as possible to help offset my great work here of screaming into the microphone. Thank you.
Police decided to kick them out and shut the whole thing down hours early. So now, instead of a bunch of partying students, you can see workers taking down the pro-European Union posters hours early. So, yeah, this is not exactly the way that things were expected.
Yeah, because you fucking think that, oh my God, all the kids fucking want is a little fucking party. Oh my God, let's fucking pass pro-weed laws. That's what's gonna make the young'uns fucking vote harder, eh? Plot twist, the young ones care about you fucking financially supporting mass murder. Oh my fucking God.
To end, but, you know, we're the only ones here now actually worrying about getting kicked out ourselves.
Wow, at least you don't have to worry about finding anyone to dance. Let's go back inside after listening.
But this is so fucking funny, man. The old fucking European elites want to mobilize the European youth by throwing them a big-ass party, and the youth comes there and says, go fuck yourself, genocide supporter. Fuck, I love the kids, man. Fuck, I love the fucking kids, man.
To the 8 candidates debate, you know, what there was for debate. I mean, was there a clear winner?
Also, imagine how cringe you have to be to, like, out of all the parties that you can go to, you go to the fucking party organized by a political party. Holy fucking shit, dude. That's not the type of grass we were talking about when it comes to touching, okay?
Well, there was one way to measure that, and that is because the organizers, which were Maastricht University and Politico, asked students on their way in, and there were some 900 students watching live, so this was really a big event, asked them who they would choose for European Commission president, whether Ursula von der Leyen should be replaced. And by the end, the leader of the Greens, Bas Eickhout, who is a Dutchman, he led.
Jesus, fuck you, chat. Fuck you. Yeah, I love the kids, but God fucking damn it. The internet has gone down a dark path. You can't even say that you love the children. I love children, man. I really love them children. Okay, no, I'm just burying myself right now. Listen, you can look at all my tax folders, okay? You will not find any kids.
He won. As to who the people here...
To the opposite. I might fetishize MILFs a bit too much for my own comfort. Meanwhile, thank you very much, Romka. Meanwhile, my uni in Amsterdam casually suppresses pro-Palestine protests. Fucking classic.
This audience would have...
Absolute classic.
...selected, but I came out and spoke to the students before...
I love the innocence of some chatters not getting the tax folder joke. I love you. You touch grass. God bless you. God bless you, are normal people.
Where they got kicked out of this square and asked them how they felt. And basically what I heard was that nobody was really happy with what they heard the candidates say. They didn't feel like they had geared their answers toward the youth. Let's have a listen.
I guess I felt that a lot of the debate was more about what others were not doing, attacking one another, rather than focusing on what each candidate wanted to do for, continuing this European dream. So it's interesting to say the least.
So I'm a member of the Green Party myself. However, I thought that our Green candidate, well, he was a bit disappointing tonight. I mean, he defended the Green Deal really well. However, I didn't think that he brought his point across in a way that he could have done, or that maybe other people could have done. I think he could have squeezed Ursula von der Leyen a little bit more on what she promised and didn't deliver.
I would have wanted them to be more brave into taking up on some issues that are important, I think, for Europe in general.
They didn't take any risks up there.
No, and that's a shame.
So students would.
We're getting the Armenian chains out, yes, very Armenian, very chains, da. Two chains, baby, the OG 2 Chainz, man.
I'd really like to see some dramatic positions. I think more fighting, more arguments, and basically candidates delivered the same kind of talking points we would hear in Brussels. And so really, we didn't hear anybody coming out really cheering their candidates.
And, Terry, this...
Great job, kids. I like you kids.
Reminds us of what we've heard time and time again about this democracy deficit in Europe. People tell pollsters that they connect much more to national elections, national politicians. It's a never-ending story. How to convince voters that what happens in Brussels and Strasbourg matters just as much as...
No, my friend, the voters are already fucking convinced about that. They want the people in Strasbourg to actually have opinions other than status quo continue. We do things the same way we have done them in the last 15 years. Yeah. They want more independence from the United States. They don't want to participate in fucking genocidal projects. They want to fucking chill the fuck out and increase social welfare locally. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my fucking God.
What happens in Berlin, Paris...
People don't care that much about the elections concerning the European Parliament because they don't feel like they do jack shit. When they start actually saying we will do shit, that's when people are going to vote more on these particular topics, motherfucker.
Rome, I guess no success tonight.
That's true. I mean, admittedly, these were 8 leaders of groupings that are pan-European.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
And so, you could be expected that they wouldn't speak so clearly to national interests. And Basek Hutu, again, came in first among the voters.
Dude, quality control is whack on this shit, dude. Okay, so these two are absolutely the same. Absolutely the same. And... tastes one way, tastes a completely different way. They taste completely different. They're the same. Holy shit. Probably poisoning myself hard.
Voters for
Anyways,
European Commission
continues to
President.
smoke.
He admitted that he may have had somewhat of a hometown advantage being from the Netherlands, but a lot of these students would have liked to hear them speak more to youth, and they really didn't feel that. And this was one...
Yeah, Danger Aline, if they are invisible, they seem pointless. If they are visible, they are pushing undue influence. Exactly. Who will think of national sovereignty in Europe? Oh, no. Not an extremely drawn-out fucking cliche that everybody throws around without even knowing what it fucking means. Thank you, Ramka. The Troika only serves EU corporate interests. Royal Dutch shell my ass. Any communist parties in the EU are cringe Trotskyites. Yeah.
One of the themes, the democratic deficit, was in fact one...
EU is a joke. European parliament elections are only, I know some stuff, only good for electing communist parties in there so that the parties get more money through their members and other tactical parliamentary stuff. Good point.
Of the 3 themes that candidates were supposed to address. 1 was environment, 2 was defense and security, and 3 was the state of EU democracy. But again, if you listen to the students coming out after the debate, none of them really felt inspired. Of course, what happened here in this square, losing their after party, may have had something to do with that. It certainly didn't help.
Yeah, and the irony here is that the events that happened outside and with everything being shut down, that will actually get more media attention than the actual debate itself, right?
This is true, and this is what a lot of students were saying. Like, this is supposed to be an event about European Union democracy. Why can't we talk about Gaza? The war between Israel and Gaza was not a major event in the debate. And some
I wonder why.
Students really felt strongly about that. Many of them were very disappointed to see the police very forcefully actually tearing the Palestinian flags out of the protest.
But check this out. Check this out, though. Wait, there's a shot. There's a shot. Wait, I gotta show you. There's a shot. Where was the shot of what was on the actual stage put there by the parties?
Early.
This was put on the stage. This is a Russian flag, okay? That is a topic that they love, yes? Okay. But Palestinian flags get taken away. Very fun.
Was the state of EU democracy. But again, if you listen to the students coming out after the debate, none of them really felt inspired. Of course, what happened here in this square, losing their after party, may have had something to do with that. It certainly didn't help.
Yeah, and the irony here is that the events that happened outside and with everything being shut down, that will actually get more media attention than the actual debate itself, right?
This is true, and this is what a lot of students were saying. Like, this is supposed to be an event about European Union democracy. Why can't we talk about Gaza? The war between Israel and Gaza was not a major event in the debate, and some students really felt strongly about that. Many of them were very disappointed to see the police very forcefully actually...
Good journalist, by the way, for mentioning this. Most would completely ignore these events. Good journalist.
Actually tearing the Palestinian flags out of the protesters' hands and kicking them out with dogs and, kicking out the journalists as well. So this was not a good scene. This was not the way you want a pro-democracy event to end.
Pro-democracy event, cops with dogs taking flags and kicking people out. If that's not an allegory of the EU's positions on anything that strays away from that of the United States, I don't know what is. If I was running for any sort of position in the European Parliament, my whole platform would be, ironically, European independence, but then I would say in general, and everybody was like, yes, from Russian oil. I would be like, yes, from Russian oil, but also from American influence. And guess what? That would be the second I get absolutely no fucking funding.
Of course not. But we're glad that you were not injured in all of that. DW's Terry Schultz in Maastricht.
No chance for that. I'm lucky I didn't get kicked out.
Yeah, okay. Terry,
all right. Thanks,
Terry,
Brett.
thank you. Thank you.
Great journalist. And ironically, I saw the little pinches she was throwing at them. That was sehr gut. That was sehr gut. Who will you vote in 6 months? EU elections. Actually, let's see what the options are.
Imagine your life. You get into your car.
EU made simple. Oh my God, get ready for some libbing, okay? Get ready for some libbing. But only after you get ready for ads that are going to play in exactly 2 minutes. Support the non-lib propaganda that we push on this channel, but without having to watch ads. Let us get to 1,500 and be truly self-reliant propagandists while watching no ads. I'm repeating myself. Yeah, for $5 or for free through Prime, consider supporting the show. I'm not going to overpitch it. Thank you kindly. The ad will play in exactly 2 minutes. Let's continue.
Are in one EU country and seamlessly drive over the border. You use the same currency to buy lunch and call a friend in another EU country.
Very taboo. I believe the European Union as an institution is salvageable. Absolutely is salvageable if we change the normative ideology of all the nation states in the right direction and then slowly overtake it. There's no need for the EU as a concept to completely be annihilated through Brexit type of mentality. The EU can be turned into a proper internationalist, anti-imperialist project, but obviously that is a wet dream that will take a lot of time to change. The wet dream that can happen right now is people like CVIH giving me 10 motherfucking gifted subs. Fucking CVIH up in this motherfucker. 110 gifted subs saved 10 motherfuckers from ads right up in this motherfucker. Say thank you to CVIH. Every single one of you that has received a gifted sub. Thank you genuinely, CVIH. You and people like you are what allows this project to continue. Thank you very kindly.
Without any extra charge. These conveniences, often taken for granted, are shaped by decisions made.
Yes, that is exactly JP Sweet. European Union is only salvageable if you get U.S. military out first. That is the first step. The complete dissociation of the European Union identity, the European Union project from its U.S. overlords, which at this point literally treat it as a semi-colony. Yeah, that is the first step, and afterwards we can talk about a lot of other stuff. But all the infrastructure that it has that exists on the ground right now, in my opinion, should not be completely thrown out. But it can be converted eventually. And thank you very much, Romka, for the 100 bits. EU requires countries to have neoliberal economics, though on the level of treaty of the EU, aka Constitution. I study international law. It is quite icky when you read what they meant. Absolutely not, dude. That is why I'm saying it's a very utopian idea of mine. Everything from the Constitution to what the European Union defines as freedom, to what it defines as a democratic society, etc., etc. All of that will need to be changed. Completely changed from the get-go.
In the European Parliament. It's the heart of democracy in the EU, where 705 MEPs from 7 major political groups represent your voice.
Thanks for the amazing Git prop you're doing amazing work, brother. Thank you very much, ZFH, one more time. Thank you.
MEPs are elected every 5 years by voters across the EU. And in just 6 months, come June 2024, we hope you will participate in this crucial democratic process once again. But how does this work? Well...
Oh, is this like funded by the EU itself?
In a nutshell, you vote for national parties in your country. These national parties are then grouped into larger EU-wide political groups, who get a certain number of seats in the European Parliament. The laws and policies they vote on directly influence your education, job opportunities, and much more. Now, who are these European groups you're voting for? Let's explore them, starting from the largest to the smallest, based on their representation.
Of course, the left is the smallest.
In the European Parliament today. Leading the pack is the European People's Party, the voice of center-right pragmatism, focusing on economic stability and upholding national identities. Next in line is the Progressive Alliance of...
The most popular one literally promotes national identity over European Union identity. I love how the most popular fucking member of the European Union is one that is de facto EU skeptic. Everything is working. Everything is working. Please continue going to job.
Socialists and Democrats, where the heart beats for social justice and a greener Europe, representing the center-left...
These are your Sotsdems, okay? These are your classic Sotsdems, but with an imperialist twist, okay?
Perspective. Close behind is Renew Europe, the centrist force merging liberal values with innovative business approaches, and is pro...
These are your fucking entrepreneur shit, also known as entrepreneurship, fucking idiots. They think that the free market is gonna fucking solve everything, okay?
EU, believing a strong EU means a strong Europe. The Greens...
Words that mean nothing.
And European Free Alliance follows, a left-leaning group championing environmental protection and human rights, a testament to the power of green...
These are the gardeners. What do I mean? Environmentalism without class consciousness is just gardening.
Politics. The European conservative and reformists bring a conservative view, advocating for EU reform and stronger national parliaments.
These are like the EPP on steroids, Eurosceptics, basically, completely. The national state is all that matters, etc., etc. The literal opposite of everything that at least the concept of quote-unquote European Union internationalism stands for, okay?
Overlook the Identity and Democracy Group, standing firm on the right with their emphasis on national sovereignty and a very critical eye on the EU.
And then even further, okay, from these guys, so we have 1, 2, 3 basically Eurosceptic right-wingers that take up over 50% of the actual seats, right? We have Sotsdems that basically say and do nothing. We have the centrists that on steroids say and do nothing. And we have the fucking gardeners, okay?
And finally, we have the left group, the voice of left-wing European parties, committed to social equality, peace, and human rights. As you can...
Yeah, the more democratic socialists instead of Sotsdem ones, completely, ironically, all the way on the right, that get, obviously, the least amount of votes. The ones most in line with, the ideals of the European Union get only 37 fucking seats, my dude.
See, the European Parliament is a tapestry of diverse political views, spanning from right to left, and from pro-EU to Eurosceptic. But who is...
Thank you very much, Level 1 Eves. Greetings from Brazil. Brazil number 1. A friend from Belgium introduced me to your content. It was very cool to see you and Ian live. Oh yeah, that was a great time.
Actually leading the polls for the next election. According to the latest data from Politico's poll of polls, the political landscape in the European Parliament is poised for a notable shift. The EPP is projected to lose 8 seats, and the S&D 3 seats, reflecting a slight decrease in their influence. More significant changes are seen in the case of Renew Europe and the Greens, who are predicted to lose 18 and 27 seats respectively, indicating a potential reconfiguration of the centrist and environmentally focused blocs. Contrasting these declines, the European conservatives and reformists are on an upward trajectory with a...
Oh, the furthest right-wingers are the ones that are going to rise the most. Oh my God, such incredible surprise. And this is what's supposed to worry the European Union the most, and yet their pivot is quite literally further and further to the right and engaging with these far-right ideas and this far-right rhetoric because they want to get that voter turnout, that good reactionary voter turnout, which directly undermines the core fucking principles that they espouse so much as the Federation itself.
Gain of 13 seats, signaling a rise in conservative Eurosceptic sentiment. The Identity and Democracy group is forecasted to have the most dramatic increase, gaining a substantial...
The furthest right, guys, remember.
23 seats, which underscores a growing inclination towards right-wing nationalist positions in the European Parliament. Conversely,
Isn't that insane? Like, right-wing nationalist perspectives in a project whose whole fucking concept is creating a greater identity, the core, like, whoa, we jerk off a concept that can be further from the actual truth of creating a unified European identity instead of all of these individual banana republics. Ramka, thank you for the 100-bit. Brate, you said EU can be reformed 5 minutes ago. Okay, maybe wrong terminology. The EU can be scrapped for parts and then rebuilt, and not completely scrapped in general. That's what the fuck I mean. The concept of more internationalism and more unification instead of sectarian, tiny little fucking banana republics fighting with each other over, I'm Hungarian, I'm Polish, I'm French, is not the future, okay? The concept itself, the original internationalist concept, can be scrapped for parts, and everything else needs to be rebuilt in a class-conscious Marxist dialectic. Yes? That is the only thing that I meant. Because I don't think it is productive for even revolutionary communists in Europe to say, no, this whole thing needs to be completely annihilated. A bit of a controversial take. I apologize for my let's call it hopeful naivete.
Left is anticipated to lose 4 seats, indicating a slight weakening of the far left's presence. In case you want a reminder of what these parties stand for, you can pause the video here. Should these polls' predictions materialize, the Eurosceptic IND group is set to rise dramatically in the European Parliament, jumping from the 6th to the 3rd largest group. But there's more to the story. People good at math might note that the new total number of seats mentioned adds up to 634, leaving 71 seats unaccounted for. In reality, the discrepancy is even larger. The European Parliament is set to expand to 720 seats next year, which means
shit like easier travel between states, the slow intermingling of all of these cultures, which will create a wider identity on the continent, freedom of movement, an easier access to international trade, lower, like the individual states not punishing cooperation between labor unions in the different states. All these sorts of concepts that are going to be run from a federative perspective, that's the type of shit that you can scrap. Because the second you completely kick it out and concentrate on the nation project from the get-go, we know where that leads, especially in Europe, to world wars.
Mean there are actually 86 seats currently unaccounted for. These seats are currently predicted to be held by non-attached members who do not belong to one of the recognized political groups. For example, the 12 seats held by Hungary's Fidesz
creating like infrastructure, trains, fucking highways, airports, like interconnecting the European continent as much as you can and introducing new non-European cultures to it, etc., etc. That is the shit I'm talking about scrapping. The idea of a federation that can then further expand outside of Europe as well, but under the premise of a more class-conscious perspective. So yes, you got to scrap a lot. You probably need to scrap 95%, but that doesn't mean you need to completely demolish it. Basically, the idea of, when you, post-revolution, we don't need to blow up all the roads that the capitalists built or like burn down all the factories that they've made. No, use the infrastructure that they've pre-created to continue a socialist project. We can use the logistics that, for example, Amazon has. You don't need to like burn it all down and like blow up the servers and shit. And I'm using Amazon as like a hardcore example of fucking pure evil, right? You can recycle some of the shit, but under the ideological and materialist analysis that you're bringing forth post-revolution, or for you guys that masturbate to reform post-mass reform. That's the thing.
Party, led by Orban. Among these unaffiliated entries, many lean towards the right, hinting at the potential for further growth in groups like IND, ECR, and even the EPP. Whether your preference leans towards increased or decreased EU integration, a stronger emphasis on environmental issues, social justice, or you have specific views on the topic of migration, there's likely a political party in the European Parliament that aligns with your perspectives. To see how your national party...
Yeah, no, there is not. Goodbye. Thank you, Libman. Goodbye. Yeah. European Union, I will take you seriously when you're no longer mass-cucked by the United States of America. Up until then, let's just stay away from each other. Thank you very kindly. And maybe sometimes work together against hardcore, insane right-wingers that believe in the reestablishment of pre-1945 European nation states. And moving on to who funds all of this shit. The money, money, money. I saw this very good video why you should be mad about stock buybacks. What are stock buybacks? Let us learn. Let us learn some new and heavy words. Oh my God, they're probably going to mention Warren Buffett. We're going to sound so intelligent. It's an old white man, and he talks about stocks. We are very smart. This is a very serious show. Indeed, indeed, indeed.
A phrase that may mystify the public, but for those in finance?
Oh my God, jebem te u sestru da si toliko brzo, čoč. Okay, back.
Stock buybacks. A phrase that may mystify the public, but for those in finance, it's a superpower.
We are tracking stock buybacks. The comeback of the buyback.
Chevron plans.
I am 12 years old.
It's a massive $75 billion buyback.
The buyback. It was juicy. Everyone was excited about the buyback. You're stepping up buybacks. You've laid off 10% of the workforce.
Look, we're still getting started here at Salesforce.
Over $1 trillion was invested in stock buybacks last year. Trillion, with a T. So why is everyone obsessed with...
Do you know how many fucking guns you can buy for that fucking money?
Baby. Stock buybacks. That's one of the hottest debates on Wall Street right now. Are stock buybacks just a smart tactic to improve shareholder value? Or are they a fancy bit of market magic?
Wingardium Leviosa.
A trick to enrich wealthy insiders at the expense of workers and the country's future. I'm Eric Gardner, and I cover business at More Perfect Union. Today, we're going to unpack stock buybacks.
Oh my God, this is literally me. This guy is me. God fucking damn it, this guy is me. Like having a business degree and being a communist at the same time is the most bipolar experience outside of actually being bipolar that you could fucking imagine, okay? Jesus Christ.
A standard definition of stock buybacks goes something like this. When companies have extra money, management takes the excess cash and purchases its own shares from the stock market. When they do this, the number of shares on the market is reduced. This often boosts a metric called earnings per share. When metrics like earnings per share increase, investors decide that the stock is worth more.
Let's go back. This is difficult. This is complicated, okay? None of you have business degrees, okay? This is very complicated. It's fucking simple, dude.
Number of shares on the market is reduced. This often boosts a metric called earnings per share. Have extra money, management. A standard definition of stock buybacks goes something like this. When companies have extra money, management takes the excess cash and purchases its own shares from the stock market. When they do this, the number of shares on the market is reduced. This often boosts a metric called earnings per share. When metrics like earnings per share increase, investors decide that the stock is worth more. So the stock price rises. Some of that might sound like gibberish.
It literally translated to normal people language. If you have enough capital, you can increase the value of your own stock. That's it. That's it. The game is de facto rigged if you have enough cash. If you have enough cash, you can artificially, but it's not artificial because that's how the system is supposed to work. So it's not cheating the system. It is very much so a part of the system. You can increase the value of your own stock if you have enough money.
So try to think of stock buybacks as a big pot of soup. The fewer people that can eat out of it, the bigger the servings will be. For everyone that has a bowl, the pot of soup just got more valuable, even though the amount of soup in the pot is exactly the same. The soup doesn't taste better, there's not more soup, all the perceived value increase is on paper. If this sounds ridiculous, it's because
it is.
It kind of is. It's why so many people consider stock buybacks nothing more than financial engineering. Proponents, who are mostly large shareholders, love buybacks. They get more soup without having to spend more money. Here's an example. From 2018 to 2020, Apple spent $200 billion buying back around 2.5 billion shares worth of stock. So what that means is, if you're a regular investor with, let's say, 10 shares of Apple stock, you used to own 10 out of 20 billion shares. After Apple bought back its stock, you now own 10 out of 17.5 billion. That's immaterial. You might as well be some dandruff on Tim Cook's shoulder. But if you're Warren Buffett, whose company Berkshire Hathaway owned around 1 billion shares of Apple stock, it's worth billions. The company actually saw its ownership share of Apple increase despite selling $11 billion worth of stock during that time. Because of stock buybacks, Berkshire Hathaway shareholders found themselves owning 10% more of Apple without spending a penny. Now's the
And the economy isn't just invented. It's just invented. It's bubblygook, okay? The market economy is just bubblygook, okay?
time when you're probably asking yourself, how is this allowed? Well, for decades, it was actually a big no-no for companies to purchase their own stocks.
3 years of unprecedented depression have brought poverty and hunger.
Buybacks helped cause the Great Depression.
Human nature equals buybacks.
So the government recognized the practice for what it was, market manipulation. They passed a law to ban stock buybacks. But then, in 1982, a man named John Chad entered the chat. He's an unelected bureaucrat in the Reagan
Oh, he's also a chatter. Oh my God.
administration, and he had a brilliant insight. When it comes to business, shareholders are all that matter. Buybacks meant higher stock prices and more money for shareholders. So buybacks were good. And just like that, they were legal. As weird as it sounds, this shuffling of paper transformed America. Once upon a time, there was a pact between American corporations and the country that sustained them. A promise to not only make money, but also to reinvest in the future. Innovating new technologies, erecting new factories, and creating much-needed, well-paying jobs. And there was still a place for shareholders in all of this. They were paid in dividends, a way for a company to reward long-term investing.
Directors determine the amount of dividends, if any, to be paid out of earnings to the stockholders.
But with the return of stock buybacks, shareholders could make big money by selling, not investing, at the new inflated prices. In the early 90s, executives preferred dividends to buybacks by about a 2-to-1 ratio. Now it's almost the opposite. Long-term investing is out of fashion. So is investing in workers in the future. Just take a look at this chart. In 1994, major companies were dropping over $6 on physical equipment for every dollar they spent on stock buybacks. Nowadays, they're only shelling out 94 cents on new stuff for every dollar they spend buying back their own shares.
Dude, they are literally just buying their own percentage of ownership in the company at a far higher rate than they are actually spending money on the equipment that can be used to further better the performance of the company. An additional, complete piss on classical economic support for the free market, because let's remember, the free market talks to the consumer and to the so-called owner and the so-called employee, to three people, okay? Owner, employee, consumer. Consumer will get better products because everybody competes. Employee will get better conditions because the company, by making more money, will want to reinvest in its own conditions so that it workers can be more productive, and therefore will, again, better the conditions of the worker inside of the corporate structure. And for the owners themselves, we all compete. The ones that do the best and created the best product, because they have created the best product and they compete in the market, they will be able to create more value for themselves, right? The three categories addressed. But with this, as well as like not thousands, but tens of other methods of, let's call them economic manipulation, even though I don't like using the term manipulation because this is exactly how the system is intended to work. So they're not really doing anything illegal or anything that, the system hasn't accounted for. You can literally, like, instead of making a better product, instead of investing more in the equipment, used as an allegoric term here, the equipment which can allow you to make things faster, make things better, etc., you can just buy out your own ownership of the company after you had said that it is publicly tradable, and that will increase your profitability more than actually investing in the productivity of the firm. It's like, okay, I have 10 ovens and I'm making pies in them, right? And I make a very big company that is now publicly traded. Should I now buy 10 more ovens so that the workers have an easier time because now they have more ovens and because I get to make more pies? Or should I just go and buy back the percentage of the company that I put out there, which will allow me to make more profit than if I bought more ovens? It is insane. It is absolutely insane. It's a cheat code. It's a little cheat code. But the only way you can participate in this cheat code if you have enough capital or if you're the owner of the majority of the stocks of the company that is now quote-unquote publicly traded. It's fucking hilarious. Everybody's so fucked unless they're the owner.
It turns out there's a personal reason why buybacks became so prevalent. Executives got in on the deal. Company boards, who are often paid with stock, started to tie executive compensation to stock performance. The idea is that an executive and the board will be more committed to the company if they have a direct financial stake in its value. But in practice, it means that the people who are deciding where the money is spent get more money if they spend it on stock buybacks.
Yeah.
Even if that comes at the expense of the long-term health of the business.
The truth is, if you look back, and I was director of the company, but Coca-Cola kept repurchasing their shares at a time when it didn't.
Thank you, old bandit, for the $10.
For the education, for the people. Hope this is best way to support.
It absolutely is. The absolute best way, because I get 100% of that money. Thank you very much, old bandit. Thank you kindly.
Makes sense if you look at it.
That's Warren Buffett.
Yeah, I never mentioned it. There is also, you can, through Streamlabs in the About section, there's a button you click if you just want to send me cash and don't want to participate in the Twitch industrial complex.
He's admitting that when he was on the board of Coca-Cola, they bought back stock when it wasn't in the company's best financial interest. So why didn't he say anything?
They made me a ton of money, and if you belch too often at the dinner table, you don't get invited to parties anymore.
That's a pretty big corporate governance problem, and it's also among the major drivers of income inequality. The year before buybacks were legal, the median CEO to worker pay ratio was 40 to 1. In 2020, it was 350 to 1. The dramatic rise of stock buybacks isn't some unavoidable circumstance. This is a choice that we're all living with. Nowhere is this more apparent than in energy. Energy giant Chevron made headlines when they announced plans to invest $10 billion in low-carbon energy by 2028. A year later, management turned around and announced they would spend $75 billion on stock buybacks, or about $17 billion a year for the foreseeable future. If money talks, then it's telling us the priorities of Chevron. Not a higher paid workforce or affordable energy, not clean energy technology that could help save the planet and make billions in the process. It's stock buybacks. So where do we go from here? There are three different camps of people who are grappling with this question. The first camp views buybacks as a superpower. Everything is fine the way it is because corporations exist to benefit shareholders, and buybacks benefit shareholders.
Which is honest. That is honest. I fuck with this because it's honest. It says how it is. Companies are there for fucking shareholders. Fuck the rest of you. Fuck the advancement of civilization. Fuck the advancement of industry. Fuck the employees. Fuck the consumers. The corporation exists to increase shareholder value. All of you fucking cucks that weren't smart enough or lucky enough to inherit a couple of $100 million can go and eat a fucking dick. Okay? Honest. A respectable enemy to have. Because they don't fucking lib it up in their fucking brains. They're like, we're stronger, we are hungrier, and we will fucking eat you. A respectable enemy to have. that you shouldn't like, of course. But you can be like, okay, we're on the same page here. We are on the same page.
The second camp says that we need to tax buybacks. A pretty diverse set of people take this view.
You know, no one's a fan of more taxes, but of all the taxes you're trying to create, I think a tax on buybacks is a good idea, actually.
They acknowledge that buybacks are causing harm by failing to invest
the people's billionaires
in workers or the future.
They use the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding the CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing.
This approach is gaining momentum. There was a provision in the Inflation Reduction Act that added a 1% tax on buybacks. It had a limited impact on corporate behavior. But now, there's talk about...
Oh my God, thank you, Xi Jinping, for the $1.69. This... we have to salute and thank our great overlord. Here we have a tradition on this Twitch channel. Whenever we get money directly, whenever we get anonymous gifted subs or money from somebody that's called Xi Jinping, we must salute, and we salute shall. We salute shall, we shall salute. Where the fuck is it? Thank you very much, Xi Jinping. No longer receiving money from George Soros. Xi Jinping is my next daddy. Thank you, great overlord Xi Jinping. Pull us some money, pull us up. 天上太陽放入紅彤彤咧。Who said I can't learn Chinese?
About upping it to...
rewarding the CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing.
This approach is gaining momentum. There was a provision in the Inflation Reduction Act that added a 1% tax on buybacks. It had a limited impact on corporate behavior. But now, there's talk about upping it to 4%.
That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments.
Most experts agree that this would actually change some behavior. The last camp is pushing for a simpler solution: ban stock buybacks. They can point to nearly 50 years of history as precedent. But that doesn't mean they won't face an uphill battle politically. Wherever you fall on the spectrum, it's important that we have this conversation. Because if we don't, unelected bureaucrats like John Shad will answer for us. And we won't like the results.
Either ban or 90% tax. That is my suggestion. Even inside of the capitalist framework, 90% tax. Buy back as much shit as you want. 90% goes to the budget. Even though under MMT analysis of the American tax system, it won't exactly even go into the coffers of the state. It can be redistributed to the people because, well, that's not how it works. That money gets burned. Now, speaking of stock buyback, what is it that we should jump into next? I believe we should slowly move into our conversation about the great overlord Andrew Tate. And let's start that conversation with Jimmy Carr. I saw this. I guess it can start the conversation to an extent. Okay. Yes, indeed. Let's do this.
With, depression is essentially thinking about yourself too much.
We've talked about the economy. Now let's talk about the internal economy of our souls, of our alienation, and of our search for purpose. And all those who want to distract, all those who want to push it in a different direction, all those who want to make you self-reliant without allowing you to be self-reliant.
Last time we spoke on the podcast, you talked about...
I would say, that feels to me maybe a little bit too harsh.
Thank you very much, Glacy, for the 4th month resub. Welcome back, my beautiful child soldier.
Because I think people suffer with depression, and it's a disease. And
thank you very much, Lele, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier.
Wonderful. It's incredibly serious, and we think of suicide as being something that stands alone. It's not. It's a symptom of a disease called depression, right? So it's the permanent solution to a temporary problem.
I haven't watched Dugin versus Kakker yet. We're going to watch that later.
You don't want to feel this way anymore, but actually you don't want to feel nothing anymore. You'd like to feel better. So it's that thing of like, I don't think we talk about it enough, but I think that thing of, thinking about yourself all the time, I think it just can lead to a melancholy, a sadness. I think depression is maybe a slightly separate thing. Not to nitpick, but it feels like that's a disease.
Yeah.
And there's also a lot of sadness in the world. And you're lucky if you're sad. Because if you're sad, it's circumstantial and you can do something about it. You know, are you depressed because you have a serotonin imbalance in your head and it's a heritable trait? Or are you sad because your life hasn't worked out the way you want it to work out? Well, if that's the case, the latter, you're in luck because you can change that.
It does feel like there's a bit of a crisis going on within young men at the moment. And I think your new show...
That's why self-diagnosis is a big fucking problem. Let's be fucking honest. Self-diagnosis is a big fucking problem. Please don't do that. Please don't do that, especially with heavy-duty shit like ADHD, bipolar disorder, depression, etc., etc. Consult, because sometimes, you want the solution to be easier. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it genuinely is. Most of the cases, unfortunately, what you're feeling is probably true, and a healthcare professional will confirm it with you. But just for the off chance that you might be self-diagnosing and that there might be easier solutions to your problem, do consult. That is all I'm saying.
On Netflix shines a light on many of the difficulties that young men are facing. I was really excited to talk to you about this particular topic because I've been trying to arrive at a position myself on why so many young men appear to be lost and suicidality has increased, and there's, these new masculine influences or masculine influencers that are really rounding up this cohort of young men.
Who are we talking about? Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tates of the world.
Well, Andrew Tate's interesting, isn't he? Because who made I think John Mulaney made the observation, Trump is a poor person's idea of what a rich person looks like. Yeah, I've got gold taps. And I think so.
And Andrew Tate is a lost man's idea of what a man who has found himself looks like. This is a good take.
Andrew Tate is like a 14-year-old boy's idea of what masculinity might.
But yeah, Panda's a good point. I think it's fair for Americans to self-diagnose because getting a real diagnosis must be expensive. Yeah, that's dark humor right there, baby.
Look like. Like it's really, and of course, gold taps. And I think sort of Andrew Tate is like a 14-year-old boy's idea of what masculinity...
What a big burly dude should be like, brother. Yeah, brother. It is.
He might look like. Like it's really, and of course, nature abhors a vacuum. And there's a real vacuum for elders. Like we don't learn how to shave from our fathers. It's a YouTube video. And so you lose something.
Yeah, but why? Because our fathers are too busy fucking working their ass off, including with our mothers. They're further alienated from purpose, and therefore both do not have time mentally and physically, literally, to dedicate themselves to raising children.
In that bonding. So there's a big bit in the new show where I give a young guy, an audience member, a pretty tough time. Like we have the talk, and I give them advice on how to be with a woman. And I'm not wrong about anything. It's really funny and it's really rude, but I'm not wrong about stuff. It's about consent, and I think it's really good because I've sugared the pill of the message because people don't want to talk about it. People go, it's obvious what consent is. Yeah, not to 17-year-old boys or girls. It's like, actually what...
It's a conversation that needs to be had. Very much so.
What does that look like and how should that be? So it's a really fun routine. It's a really fun routine to perform.
Najam, is there an argument where capitalism as gamification can be leveraged in some form to benefit society? Example, how about a society where housing, healthcare, transport, food, water, electricity is free and public property, but let's say you want to open a clothing brand with a certain style, go ahead, have a blast and earn any money you want, or does this eventually devolve into the capitalism we know today? The second, like you answered your own question, unfortunately it evolves eventually. And eventually you will create your fashion company, and it will become big enough, and you will have enough capital. You will start lobbying the government into opening up other aspects of society which are not privatized into privatizing, because you have accumulated capital, which is different to just currency. You will then inadvertently create a non-democratic society because you have more power and more influence over the direction in which this particular state goes into, and you will eventually, under the guise of creating more capital and more profitability, turn it into regular capitalism that we see today. That is unfortunately how it works, and that is arguably the main critique of reformist social democratic ideas, etc., etc. Not necessarily because they are not radical enough or because they do not address all the points adequately and through proper dialectical materialism, etc., etc. No, because they are just simply long-term unsustainable. Everything that you might gain today will eventually be rolled back as capitalism goes further and further into crisis, up until you reach a point of pure barbarism, also known as fascism. That is the big fucking problem with it.
That's right.
But great question, though. It is a good question. And will we be able to see like small little things where, people like artisans and so on can actually compete in something we wouldn't necessarily call a market, but that could exist under the guise of so-called fair competition inside of a greater socialist system? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But, you will not be allowed to use the fact that you are outperforming your so-called competition to amass capital. You will just have to be content with being better than other people and making cooler shit and contributing to society more. And you will be celebrated by society because you're contributing to society more. You will not be celebrated by people giving you so much capital that you can turn it into an anti-democratic tool of mass manipulation. Right? That's the difference. That's the difference. It all goes back to capital accumulation, to property. But let's call it capital accumulation because people associate property with their fucking toothbrush, that's not what the fuck we're talking about. Capital accumulation is money that makes you money, or money that you've invested in things that make you extra money, and money that you can use for influence. Okay? That's the difference. That's the difference. So sure, you can make a fashion brand that's top shit, and that everybody starts wearing, et cetera, but you will not be able to become a capitalist through it. You will just be able to find great fulfillment, which you will find by saying, holy shit, everybody vibes with this new way of dressing that I've thought up. And you're going to be awesome. Everybody's going to be, dude, I fucking love the shit that you together with the collective enterprise that you work in, created. Fuck yeah, right? And you will get some additional privileges that come with that, but not capital. Yes? Yes. Okay.
What is it to be a man these days? Because it's quite confusing in terms, even the conversation around like chivalry and understanding,
Well, people talk about toxic masculinity and easy fix. Be a gentleman, be a mensch. That's it. This is done. Be a gentleman, be a mensch. A gentleman is never rude by accident. It's Christopher Hitchens' line. Great. I don't know. I mean, my thing about young men today, if I was going to give young men advice, it would be get the right drugs and the real thing, right? In real life. Live in real life, right? So why young men are obsessed by video games, right? Obsessed. They're spending hours and hours and hours online playing video games. Why? Well, that's a proxy for career.
I know some stuff. Dude, imagine people actually appreciating art and the artist instead of treating them as lower forms of life. Yeah. And they treat them as lower forms of life because success is defined through capital accumulation, and artists cannot accumulate capital de facto because they're not appreciated by the market, and therefore they are, again, de facto seen as insignificant and not as contributing to society as much as the guy that made the fucking iPhone.
Career. Right, video games. You think about the levels of video games and what people do on video games. That's a proxy. That's like it's a substitute for the career that they're not having. And then they spend a lot of time, fapping to Pornhub or YouPorn or whatever. And that's a proxy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what capitalism is really good at doing. It's giving you replacements which will never really satisfy alienation, but will give you a little high until it fucking gets old. But the alienation deep down still exists. These are, a bit of triggering examples that it's giving, but the same as, buying clothes, buying a car, buying a fancier TV, etc. It's short fixes. It's like the biggest fucking critique of pharma in general. Like, hey, maybe concentrate a bit more on curing diseases instead of finding ways of making the symptoms less intense. Obviously, both are important, but maybe you should concentrate on one a bit more than the other. But of course they don't, because that's not as financially viable now, is it? Speaking of financially viable, an ad is going to play in exactly 2 minutes. If you would like these lovely conversations that we're having here not to stop and be constantly interrupted by these ads, do consider supporting this rhetoric that we have on here for $5 a month or for free through Prime, and enjoy an adless experience while supporting the show. Thank you kindly for your consideration. Now let's get right back into it.
For sex. And my thing would be, George Orwell wasn't right. Our power won't be taken away from us by some authoritarian master. We're going to give it away for cheap dopamine. And the cheap dopamine of video games and...
You should not fucking feel bad of getting the cheap dopamine, or you, Yanagibashi, lighting your fucking cig, or playing your Helldivers, or buying a fucking brand new BMW. God bless, fucking enjoy that. Fuck it. Do the drugs. There are many different... don't do drugs, but taking like the capitalist drugs that they give us in order to survive this fucking horror fest that we find ourselves in. There's nothing fucking wrong with that. Nothing fucking wrong with that. We gotta cope. But also concentrate on how do we cure this disease that is plaguing us of alienation, and we cure it by changing the fucking system. Okay? But until you get to change the system, you need to do whatever you can do to not wallow in your own fucking self-pity and, eventually reach depression. Don't do that. Depression bad.
Online porn and living online is getting in the way of real life. So it's risk, right? That's what we're not allowing young people to do, because we're saying to young people, you can't take risks in real life. We're helicopter parenting. We're not giving them the freedom. How much freedom should you give a kid? As much as they can cope with, right? 14-year-olds used to be babysitters. They now need babysitters. That's not good, right? So you should allow them more freedom in the real world, because otherwise, the only place they get freedom is online. And no freedom in the real world. You're not allowed to go to the park and hang out, but you're allowed to do whatever you want online. Well, that feels like a very bad social experiment. That feels like a bad idea. Yeah, it feels like we've inverted, Maslow, this pyramid, the hierarchy of needs, and you go, well, food and shelter and warmth and we've got all the bottom stuff worked out in our society, right? We kind of can't see it. We're not grateful for that because we can't see
the hot shower.
We can't see the third world, and we can't see the people in the past having a tougher time than us. So we take it for granted. But we've worked out that stuff. They hadn't worked that stuff out 200 years ago. But they had the top of the pyramid sorted. Everyone knew who they were, they had their identity, and they knew what their purpose was.
Yeah, especially like 3,000-4,000 years ago, like unironically, anthropologists agreed that we got it that we had exactly that figured out, even though we wallowed in our own fucking dirt. And now we satisfied all the so-called basic needs, even though distribution of these basic needs is absolutely fucking whack, especially when we're talking about the third world, as he refers to it. I like to call it the world living under the boot of imperialism, that feeds indirectly our ability to have the hot shower. But we've completely, we've said this is the end of history. This is all that we need to build. This is it. These basic comforts and your BMW and your Helldivers and your 3 fucking screens that I'm looking at right now as a fucking chat plays. This is what humanity is supposed to be about. This mega mall. This is the peak. This mega mall. This is the peak. We humans can't do better than this. We stopped. We all sat down, looked at each other, and we're like, this is enough. Well, guess what? It's fucking not enough. And it's never going to be enough. The only constant for humanity is change. The second we stop changing, the second we stop adapting, the second we stop fucking growing, we fucking die. And right now, we are doing nothing but running in the fucking hamster wheel, thinking that we're getting somewhere, and we're still in the same fucking spot. Just with fancier fucking clothes, with bigger logos, and bigger fucking screens inside of our fucking cars. That's it. But we're still on the fucking hamster wheel. We stopped questioning the hamster wheel because we started identifying with it. The fucking grind set mentality. What the fuck do you think that is? Normalize being sweepy boy in bed. Sweepy boy in bed normalized. Yes, sweepy boy in bed. I agree completely. No, the grind, the giving yourself completely to the pursuit of meaninglessness disguised as purpose. That is what we all shook hands on and said, okay, this is good. And this is as high as we can get as a species. This is the peak of the human project. That's it. That's all. We're good. We're good. Can I get a bigger fucking bottle thing that I can carry my fucking water in as I hyperhydrate. Okay, great. You'll live till 110, but you will never have fucking lived.
Everyone knew who they were, what they were about, and they were connected to the others in the group. And now we're kind of free-floating individuals. We kind of worship the individual as if we can survive as individuals.
Fucking Comrade Carr, I always fucking knew it, man. And after I watched this brilliant last stand-up, Comrade motherfucking Carr, baby. In Serbo-Croatian, his name literally says Tsar, like the Tsar, the prince.
I always think of that thing of like, there's no such thing as a baby. There's a baby and a mother, there's a baby and a father, baby and an auntie, but there's no such thing as a baby, because a baby on its own isn't anything.
Yeah.
It's dead. It needs taken care of. We're all still babies.
That is literally Marx. That is literally Marx. Both conversation about duality, the dialectic in general, and the understanding of the interlinkage between absolutely every single commodity, but also absolutely every single individual in their relations to other humans, and in the case of capitalism, their relationships to capital. That is like a pure Marxian take. Pure Marxian take. He's a comedian, Pandas. Pretty funny one. Extremely like heavy-handed, like old school jokes and shit, but inside of the context in which he presents them, still very funny.
We all need the connections. You yourself, yeah, sure, there's a lot of yourself that's within you, but a lot of it is out in the world. It's connected to other people, and it mediates who you think you are. And that's slightly missing from society, where you kind of live online and you're kind of a self-authored thing. You're just on the computer, on the screen.
I mean, I'm judging him only based on the comedy I watched. I don't know what kind of fucking person he is. The comedy I watched, at least the last one, was funny.
And you're not connected, and you're not taking risks. Taking risks is really important.
Is this in part due to the rise in atheism and agnosticism? I think we...
Oh, Jesus, and then he takes it completely... Oh, my fucking God. Oh, fucking Lord. What the fuck are you doing? What no class consciousness does to a motherfucker. I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. Dude, like, what? And we were doing so well. We were doing so fucking well.
We both, me and you, lost our sort of religious faith around the same age. I think sort of early...
Mid-20s. I think it's a weird thing where you can lose your... I certainly don't believe in the stories. There's two types of fools, right? There's people that take religion literally, and there's people that think it has no value. Okay? Both idiots for different reasons. Like, it works as a thing, religion. I miss it, because the reason the ceremony works isn't because God's pleased, it's because the people came together. And so I think we look for things that are proxies for religion. And sometimes that's football. It could be environmentalism, because you go, well, I need something, I need purpose in my life. I need to feel like I'm adding value. And what a great cause. I'm going to save the planet. It's a big thing to think about. It's got a religiosity to it. But I don't think that's necessarily the answer. Some people do it with politics. They think politics is going to be heaven. They're going to come up with some perfect system. I think you're putting too much pressure on politics.
First time I've ever said this.
And womp, 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 womp. But God bless. God bless. Someday. He's 50 now. By the time he's 80, he might fucking start hitting it.
Actually, but when you just said, I think I miss religion, I think I miss religion.
Nice. Speaking of hot takes, let's go to the hottest of takes. The battle between two of my favorite quasi-reactionaries. I'm kidding, not quasi, very much reactionaries. And that
what we say in the United States is
and that is, I haven't pre-watched it, just clicked to just see if it's cringe or not. And that is Tutsker Carlson with my boy Alexander Duga, the famous pro-LGBTQ activist Alexander Duga, because Duga means rainbow in Serbo-Croatian. Famous pro-LGBTQ, pro-liberal values boy Alexander Duga. Let's get into this. Prepare your brains like in the typical Dugin fashion. I'm not a big expert, but prepare for him to say a lot of words and to say absolutely nothing, okay? a lot of words and say absolutely nothing. He makes Jordan Peterson look like a fucking noob, okay? Hardcore noob. Please adjust the title, use Dugin and Carlson in the name. I love you, my beautiful Pokemon. Okay, so Klaus Schwab, transgenderism and AI, Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin. Let's get into this and let's start melting our beautiful, beautiful fucking brains. Let's fucking go. Also, an encouragement to hit 1,000 subs this stream. I'm hurting myself greatly. Let me hurt myself for some labor coins. Okay, thank you kindly. Let's go.
Alexander Dugin is a 62-year-old Russian academic philosopher. He spent his life in Moscow. He was an anti-Soviet dissident as a young man. And now he is famous the world over, in the English language press anyway, as, quote, Putin's brain. But he is not a political...
Hello, my name Putin Brain. My name Putin Brain. I am Putin Brain. I mean... He's a bit too large to be put his brain, but hey.
Figure here in Russia. He is one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Romka. Anti-fascist activism maxing with Dugin and Tucker. Let's fucking go, baby.
Once again, a philosopher. And his ideas are deeply offensive to some people. In August of 2020...
I love how Tucker is like lubing up the American conservative audience. They're like, he was anti-Soviet and he's very controversial and people are very offended by his ideas. Therefore, you de facto must like it because your whole identity is dunking on the libs.
Two, his only daughter was murdered.
Putin Brain, more like pudding brain. Okay, let's give him a chance. I mean, his name is Rainbow, so let's go.
In Moscow, when a car bomb killed her. U.S. intelligence says she was murdered by the Ukrainian government, and we take that at face value. But what's interesting is that, once again, Alexander Dugin is not a military leader. He's not a close daily advisor.
Romka, if Dugin is a philosopher, then I'm a tree in the forest. If Dugin is a fucking philosopher, I'm Spider-Man. That's why the emote of Spider-Man Boosie is actually a picture of me in a Spider-Man costume. Yes, and you'll learn this here.
To Vladimir Putin, he is a writer who writes about big ideas. And for this, his books have been banned by the Biden administration in the United States. You cannot buy them on Amazon. Banning books in the United States because the ideas inside are too dangerous.
Yes,
he is often described again in the English language press as...
My beautiful conservative viewers, he is banned by Biden. That means he is a good guy. Please watch. Please click on Putin.
Far right. We'll let you assess. But we wanted to talk to him about some of his ideas, these ideas that are so dangerous that his only daughter was murdered over them, and his book's been banned in the United States. And so we're happy to have him join us now. Mr. Dugin, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and welcome to Moscow.
Of course, thank you. So we were talking off camera. Actually, we were having a conversation that we were not going to film, just interested to meet you. But what you said was so interesting that we got a couple of cameras and put this together. And my question to you was, what do you think is happening in the English language countries? And I said, all of them, United States, Canada, Great Britain, New Zealand, Australia, all at once decided to seemed to turn against themselves. You know, this great turmoil, and some of the behaviors seem very self-destructive. And where do you think, as an observer, that comes from?
So I could just...
My boy said nothing. Very self-destructive behavior. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is that? What? Give me an example, my brother in Christ.
Suggest express my reading of that. It demands a little patience. So I think that everything started with individualism. So individualism.
Oh my God, he's about to do a Putin. He's about to go. So 1,000 years ago, we were an amoeba.
That was a wrong understanding of the human nature, of the nature of man. When you identify individualism with the man, with the human nature, you cut all the relations to everything else. So
correct.
You have very special ideas.
But let's guess, he's going to say that there is such a thing as a core principled ideological human nature after this. He says we need to have a council of chief patriots that decide which oligarchs are the good ones and which are the gay European liberals. Sounds about right.
Of the subject, philosophical subject, as individual. And everything started in the Anglo-Saxon world with Protestant reform and with nominalism.
Oh, brother, fucking great. Individualism was started with the fucking Protestant reform. Okay, let me let the man speak. I'm sorry.
For that nominalist attitude that there are no ideas, only things, only individual things. So individual, it was the key and is.
This is the classic fucking like obsession with religious institutions as the only driving factors behind the way that people see the world and see themselves. Like, I don't know if there's a word, like religion essentialist. This is what these guys always fucking do. No, it doesn't matter what the material relations inside of a society were. It doesn't matter what the hierarchical structure of a society. It doesn't matter the relationships between the local cultures, between men and women, etc., etc. No, the only thing that matters is what we all agreed on should be church dogma versus what we change church dogma into, and how that further influenced our behavior. This would be true if if 1,000 popes didn't behave in extremely non-Catholic ways, my dude. The fucking chiefs of the fucking church, okay? You can be a believer without actually doing anything that your book fucking espouses, and most people don't. But okay, let's listen to our rainbow boy.
Still key concept that was put in the center of liberal ideology. And liberalism, as in my reading, it is a kind of historical and cultural and political and philosophical process of liberation of individual, of any kind of collective identity, collective or that transcends individual. And that started with refuse of Catholic Church as collective identity, of empire, Western Empire as collective identity. After that, it was...
The fucking peasants working the fields of Normandy were turned to individualism because they could no longer identify as much with the French. My dude, the only thing they identified with is their fucking donkey plowing the fucking fields and how much percentage of the fucking carrots they just made that day goes to the king or doesn't. What fucking identity with empire did fucking peasants on the ground have? Sure, the leadership of these states had, which obviously in all of the analyses of people like this, that is the only people who fucking matter. And the fucking mass land-owning class, sure, had great identity with the empire and later on switched to a more individualist identity, which through a Marxian analysis we just called the bourgeois, replacing the fucking aristocracy of old, right? But the fucking everyday peasant gave a fuck about the fucking onions he needs to fucking make. Nobody identified with empire. Show me a single fucking anthropological book or historical book that talks about great national identity before the French Revolution, except in the fucking 0.1% elites in these particular states. The fuck are you fucking... Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, Romka, for the 100 bits. Liberalism can only be cured with orthodox imperialist Christofascism with Bonapartist characteristics. Exactly. And thank you to the legendary Undying Machine for the 5 gifted subs. Getting closer and closer to that good old 1,000. Thank you for the first 5 gifted. Undying Machine, you truly are undying. Let us continue watching this. Jesus Christ. But yeah, this is like, for a man criticizing liberals, this is a purely liberal analysis, like to it at its core.
A revolt against a national state as collective identity in favor of...
My brother in Christ, brigands are trying to steal my chickens. That is what their fucking problems were. Oh, yeah.
Purely...
And thank you very much, Dio Camboy, for the 2 community subs. Thank you kindly, my friend. And I love the name. You're a proud soldier of the Israeli Gunner state by calling yourself Camboy.
Civil society. After that identity, after that, it was a revolt against a national state as collective identity in favor of purely civil society. After that, there was a big fight.
No, the so-called traitors of the... Thank you very much, man. We're on a fucking roll-up in this motherfucker. Mr. Postin for the 5 gifted community subs. Thank you very much, my beautiful. Thank all of these 3 beautiful individuals for the fact that you will not have to watch the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 40 seconds, and for supporting what we do here, which is pooping on little Rainbow Man. And thank you, Ramka, for the 200 cheers. As always, fucking legend.
Fight of the 20th century between liberalism,
Cat book at 1000.
communism, and fascism. Revolt against a national state as collective identity in favor of purely civil society. After that...
in favor of civil society, what the fuck does, in your context, civil society even mean? The lack of identity with the nation state is literally born out of your ability to differentiate yourself from your fellow citizens inside of the nation state. And the main way you do this is through class division. The first people who put themselves as more important than their fellow citizens became such individuals because they started participating in what? Commodity exchange and capital accumulation. After the revolution, thank you very much, Romka, again for the gifted sub. Very kind of you as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They did what? They became French second and bourgeois first. Capital accumulation over national identity. Capital accumulation that sometimes even circumvented so-called national interests of the citizenry and the state itself. And in turn, as they started exploiting the working people through their accumulation both of capital and the means of production, they slowly created different identities, class identities and cultural identities, remember structure and superstructure, inside of, let's use France as a particular example. And that killed the idea of the, oh my God, such great national identity and shit as number one thing, because you started seeing that there are different interest groups inside of the nation state itself, which under the guise of so-called individualism basically said, sure, you're French, but what matters more is how much fucking capital you can accumulate. And I do not only compete against the German and the Brit as a proud Frenchman. No, it is more important for me to compete with the fellow Frenchman because I get to accumulate capital potentially and better my position in society. Literally, this hyper-competitive environment that is stimulated by the fucking capitalist hierarchical structure that is introduced to the nation state is what pushes people to hyper-individualism, because I matter less than my state. I matter less than my people. I matter less than even my family, etc., etc. Thank you, Jaws, for the 100 bits. Hello, brother in chat. Hope you're doing well as always, Jaws. Thank you very much. And fucking level 4 hype train. Let's fucking get to level 7, motherfuckers, in the name of our beautiful, beautiful rainbow boy, I guess.
There was a big fight of the 20th century between liberalism, communism,
and I'm fucking oversimplifying hard here, okay?
And fascism, and liberalism has won once more.
Yes.
So, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was only liberalism.
Holy fucking shit! Thank you, Goose Major, motherfucking legend, 15th gifted sub for the 5 gifted subs, saving people from ads every day as we take piss on Tucker and his best Russian friend. Thank you kindly, moving the hype train into true motherfucking true and getting closer and closer to the great cat book at 1,000 subs. Your boy loves you, your boy respects you, and so on and so on. Indeed, indeed. Yes.
And Francis Fukuyama has pointed out correctly that there are no more any ideologies except of liberalism. And liberalism, that was...
So many soldiers for the great state of Israel. Wait, I'm missing what this boy is saying because I'm getting oiled up in here so well. Oil me up, baby. Yeah. Level 5 hype train. 2 more levels to 7. Let's fucking go.
National state as collective identity in favor of purely civil society. After that, there was a big fight of the 20th century between liberalism, communism.
And we have an anonymous gift sub, which means that Xi Jinping himself has given us money. Thank you very much. Great Xi Jinping. Every time an anonymous gift is given in chat. That means that the money is coming directly from China. And we must salute. The most unhinged stream on this fucking platform, I swear to God. It has created its own little subculture. Xi Jinping salutes and fucking cat books. Thank you very much, Derkas, for the 100 bits. Let's fucking go. I love how even in the video you can see that my finger is fucked up. From the left, you see this one. Okay, yes. Let's keep the hype train hyping. Let's continue with Dugin.
Communism and fascism and liberalism has won once more.
Yes.
So, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was only liberalism. And Francis Fukuyama has pointed out correctly that there are no more any...
The same Fukuyama who I believe changed his mind on the end of history, but okay.
...ideologies except of liberalism. And liberalism, that was liberation.
And these guys that are so... like you can see it in their fucking eyes and in their particular rhetoric that they know exactly what they're talking about, but they are intentionally running away from using terminology like capitalism. That there is no alternative to capitalism. That is the end of history. To capitalism and the neoliberal version of capitalism. Okay, but he cannot say this because that would imply class analysis. If you imply class analysis, then you have to talk about class. And if you have to talk about class, what fucking happens? I wonder. You come to certain fucking conclusions that don't go in line with all them goddamn trans peoples and them goddamn gays. Hype train go up because Yana Gibashi up in this motherfucker dominating this fucking week. 21st fucking gifts up for the week and 63rd in general. Say fucking thank you. Ain't nobody watching ads in my fucking chat, okay? Ain't nobody watching ads. Thank you very much, Yana Gibashi. You are one of my favorite Nepo babies at this point. Yana, the motherfucking OG. Thank you very, 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 very kindly. And we've reached level 7 hype train. Thank you so much.
Of this individual from any kind of collective identity. There were only two collective identities to liberate from gender identity, because it is collective identity.
I'm going to have a fucking stroke, I swear to God. Thank you, Dirty Gummy Bastard, for the 100 bits. Dude.
Or any ideologies except of liberalism. And liberalism, that was liberation of this individual from any kind of collective identity. There were only two collective identities to liberate from gender identity, because it is collective identity. You are man or woman collectively, so you could not be alone. Liberation from gender, and that has led to transgenders, to LGBT, and new form of sexual individualism. So sex is something optional. And that was...
Thank you very much to the legendary Dr. Slippy, their 30th gift sub for the 5 gifted subs, and we have hit our 1,000 right as our beautiful, beautiful rainbow boy Dugin is saying, communism fell. Therefore, liberalism is the only option, not mentioning capitalism. So in liberalism, the whole point of liberalism is hyper-individualism. And because of hyper-individualism, we are critiquing absolutely everything, but not class. Not class for some reason. We're absolutely not critiquing class. So we're starting to critique all collective ideas of identity, including gender. Remember the last time you... Remember the last time you said, I am a man or I am a woman because you wanted to belong to the great collective idea of unifying with your fellow men and women? What the fuck is this dude on about? Am I missing some deep fucking analysis here? It is not because we are fucking questioning patriarchy. We are questioning gender norms. We are questioning... oppressive structures that make no fucking sense. No. It is because we want to be hyper-individualist, so we want to be extra, extra special. So because of this, we will overcomplicate our life so much and become trans. I am very smart man. I am very smart man. But before we continue with very smart man, chat has hit 1,004 subs. And when chat hits 1,004 subs, what happens? Motherfucking cats up in this motherfucker. That's what happens, baby. Let us fucking go. The weirdest stream on this platform, where a random communist shows you pictures of cats when you give him enough subscriptions. And today we are joined by our great cat book once again, where we shall be doing class analysis through the pictures of cats. Is this cat bourgeois? Is this cat revolutionary? Is this cat a reactionary dog? We will never know, and Lazy K keeps pushing us into the cat zone with 10 gifted subs. We salute you, Lazy K. You are not lazy in any way. Thank you very much. And the first is a beautiful kitty, a experienced Maoist revolutionary, bringing forth its dangest young Xi Jinping into the fold of the future of China with socialism with Chinese characteristics. Thank you, Romka, for the 300 cheers. Let's fucking go. About to beat our last fucking record up this motherfucker. See, here we see a beautiful Marxist-Leninist cat introducing some of its social democratic friends to the necessity of both material, spiritual, and world revolution in order to guide it to true self-fulfillment. Here we see chat. This is literally chat. Literally chat drinking from the milk of ideology, which I serve to you here with great pride, and am allowed to serve thanks to people like Romka with another 300 bits, and lovely Lazy K with the 10 gift subs. And this is the depiction of the great battle towards class consciousness and revolution of our fellow cats. It is attacked by the evil pink curtains of, I don't know, liberal individualism, Duginism. But at one point, it will realize that that is all bullshit, and only class consciousness can lead it to true self-liberation and the liberation of the fellow cat. Thank you very much, chat. I love you for supporting the show, and more importantly, supporting the great publication, which is the Cat Revolution book. Thank you. Holy shit, if anybody told me 10 years ago that this is what I would be doing, I would fucking, die laughing. But no, thanks to you motherfuckers, I get to do this, and you get to do it with me. Me and you, chat, are the same motherfucking person. So, let's continue. Holy fucking shit. Thank you very much to all the supporters.
Was not...
Am I in an ironic cult? Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Just...
Imagine historians uncovering this in 1,000 years. That would be fucking amazing. I love the stream. You all have 3 topics. Communism, common cats. What the fuck else can you talk about? That covers, absolutely everything. Communism, common cats. I have my cat as a communist magnet, so I appreciate this. Fuck yeah. The Cat Communist Party. Thank you for sharing your cat book. She is bourgeoisie's. Does anyone have a link so I can download this song? I mean, yeah, this is the link. Wait, opa. This is the link. There you go. Okay. Opens Adolf Hitler. Okay. It is Death Day, by the way.
So something optional. And that was not just deviation of liberalism, that was necessarily elements of implementation and the victory of this liberal ideology. And the last step that is not yet totally made is liberation from human ideology.
As we know, gay people and trans people have only started existing since the invention of liberalism, right? Man, we really should criticize all those gay monkeys that we see. those fucking liberal monkeys doing gay shit again. Fucking goddamn it, man.
Identity, humanity,
all that liberalism in the animal kingdom. You gotta fucking fuck with it.
And when now we are choosing, or you in the West, you are choosing the sex you want, as you want. And the last step in this process of liberalism, implementation of liberalism, will mean precisely the human optional. So you can choose your individual identity to be human, not to be human. And that has a name: transhumanism, posthumanism, singularity, artificial intelligence, Klaus Schwab, Kurzweil, or Harari. They openly declare...
Holy fucking shit, I don't think I've ever received that much. Thank you, Terkas, for the 1,000 bits. How much money even is that? Holy shit, thank you so much, Terkas. Bits to USD Twitch. Well, how much is it? 1 bit is 0.01. So that is 100, 300. Wait, your device here in red. Okay, how much is 1,000? 1,000 bits, $10. Thank you very much for the $10. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to fucking crazy ass motherfucking Lazy K. We fucking, oh my god, Hype Train went into the next level, I think? Or did we miss it? Yes, level 8. Holy fucking shit. This is fucking legendary. Thank you very much, Lazy K. Seriously, 80th gift sub. You're the fucking legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That
I genuinely appreciate it. Seriously, you guys, you're too nice. I'm kidding. You're the exact level of nice. Thank you, Lazy K. Slubber. I'm gonna slubber your knobber.
Is inevitable future of humanity. So we arrive to the historical terminal station that we finally, 5 centuries ago, we have embarked.
And Jesus Christ, we have fucking gay Lenin walking up in here with the 5 gifted subs. Man, I swear to God, you're the gayest fucking Lenin. Dugin would probably love you. Dugin probably thinks Lenin was gay. Well, child, let's be honest. Nobody lifts that much and isn't gay. Thank you very much, Gay Lenin, as always. 11th gift sub. Thank you kindly.
In this train, and now we're arriving at the last station. So that is my...
This is my Twitch screen says about to beat your last record. Keep up the support. So I don't know. I think level 9 is the fucking next thing. I don't know.
Reading, and when all the elements, all the phases of that, you cut the tradition with the past. So you are no more Protestant, you are secular, atheist, materialist. You are no more nation state that served to liberate from empire, and now national state becomes at its turn obstacle. You are liberating from national state. Finally, family is destroyed in favor of this individualism. And the last things, the sex that is already almost overcome, sex optional, and in gender politics, there is only one step to arrive to the end of this process of liberation, of liberalism. That is the abandoned human identity as something prescribed. So to be free from to be human, to have the possibility to choose to be or not to be human. And that is the agenda, political, ideological agenda of the tomorrow. That is why how I see Anglo-Saxon world that aspect of, I think that is just the vanguard of...
Thank you very much, Pangerizzo, for the sub. Thank you very much for the gift sub.
Empirism, nominalism, Protestantism, and now you are ahead.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so draw online. Let's explain what he wants to tell us. Okay, so you have Protestantism, very simple cross, which leads to the individualism, which leads to questioning all things communal, which leads to trans people. Let's use TR, which leads to aliens.
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
That's it. That's the premise. That is the premise. I'm not oversimplifying. That is the premise. Thank you very much, Louisville, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier. That's the Protestant to trans to aliens pipeline. which is born out of the questioning of the collective. My man Dugin be like, these motherfuckers rather be aliens than what? Let's hear his alternative, because he's not saying these motherfuckers rather be aliens than communists. Thank you, Terkas, again for the 100 bits. Let's see where it goes. What is his proposed solution to us becoming humans, to us becoming aliens? Okay, let's not become aliens.
As Anglo-Saxon, more devoted to liberalism than any other European.
So what you're describing is clearly happening, and it's horrifying. But it's not the definition of liberalism I have in mind when I describe myself as what we say in the United States as a classical liberal. Right? So you think of liberalism as individual freedom and choice from slavery.
So deep.
Right? So the options as we conceive them.
Except what it's a corporate structure, and you get a bit of money instead of not being paid absolutely anything, then that's the slavery I fuck with and will die to protect.
As I was growing up, were the...
Oh, but wait, but he doesn't have to be a slave because he's a fucking capitalist. Oh, goddamn.
Individual who can follow...
Will the aliens also be trans? Will they be hot or busty? What does alien pussy feel like? Do you need lube, or does the alien cloaca get wet for you? These are the questions that Tucker Carlson needs to be asking. Exactly, Galen.
His conscience, say what he thinks, defend himself against the state versus the statism, the totalitarianism embodied in the government that you fought against, the Soviet government. And Iran is defend himself against the state versus the statism, the totalitarianism embodied in the government that you fought.
Just words that mean nothing. They're just saying words that mean nothing.
Against
words,
the Soviet
nothing,
government.
like nothing.
And I think most Americans think
nothing
of it that way. What's the difference?
Very interesting question. I think that is the problem is in two definitions of liberalism. There is old liberalism, classical liberalism,
yes,
and new liberalism. So classical liberalism was in favor of democracy. Democracy understood as the power of majority, of consensus, of individual freedom that should be combined somehow with the freedom of other. And now we have totally the next station already, next phase, new liberalism. Now it is not about the...
Thank you, Sotnigev, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier.
...rule of majority, but it is about the rule of minorities. It is not about...
Exactly! The minorities of the bourgeois class, which leads us to further alienation from our own spirit, body, and purpose by getting all the fucking shit and not giving us any. Oh wait, no, that's probably not what he's going to talk about.
About individual freedom, but it is about wokeism.
Oh, it's about the wokeism. Man, America, you've won. You've won. The guy who's the so-called Putin's brain, the Russian, is talking about wokeism, okay? You have won the culture battle, you have won everything. The Russians have lost, rest in fucking peace, okay? You have Dugin talking about wokeism. Fuck. And this guy wants to uncuck Russia, and he's talking about wokeism. He's talking about trans people. He's talking about... He's literally just gotten off a fucking American fucking forum, okay? But no, this guy wants to uncuck Russia. Fuck yeah, dude. This dude's fucking more American than a fucking 14-year-old groiper, okay? Oh, American cultural conquest is absolute. Oh.
So you should be so individualistic that you should criticize not only the state, but individual.
Redditor. Exactly, excellent. Exactly. Dugin is just a Redditor.
Individual. So you are invited to liberate yourself from individuality, to go further in that direction. So I have spoken once with Fukuyama, Francis Fukuyama, on TV, and he has said before democracy has meant the rule of majority, and now it is about the rule of minorities, against majority, because majority could choose Hitler or Putin. So we need to be very careful with majority, and majority should be taken under control, and minorities should rule over majority. Majority, it is not democracy, it's already totalitarianism. And now we are not about defense of the individual freedom, but about prescription to be woke, to be modern, to be progressive. It is not.
But let's not talk about the inherent conflict that arises from minorities and majorities existing in a particular system, because they are competing for the resources which are, instead of distributed correctly based on output and based on actual performance and based on need, instead can be hoarded by a very small subclass, a very, very small minority in the country, a class minority, which then leads to the constant and eternal infighting between people of different cultural identities and ethnic identities and even gender identities inside of a state, literal cause and effect of wealth accumulation and the capitalist structure. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about what? Like fucking black people being pilots?
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
Like, these guys are just stupid. Or in his case, they are just reactionaries and they intentionally want to push away from class-conscious analysis of society because, I don't know, that's against the fucking grift. Or they're just bad fucking people. Or they believe in the inherent validity of the capital owner. Thank you very much, Divine Osu, for the sub. And thank you, Ramko, for the another 100 bits. He's the archetype of a hurt rightoid Redditor. These sukas are making everyone woke, blad. Yeah, exactly. Man, these sukas, everybody woke, blad. But you must see woke, man.
It is not your right to be or not to be progressive. It is your duty to be progressive, to follow this agenda. So you are free to be...
An ad, I can't pause it. I would have paused it thanks to all the beautiful subs, but an ad is going to play in 10 seconds. It doesn't let me snooze any more ads. So yeah, if you want to avoid them, you know what to do. If not, God bless.
Left liberal, you are no more is free enough to be right liberal. You should be left liberal, and that is a kind of duty. It is prescription. So liberalism fought during its history against any kind of prescription, and now it at its turn became totalitarian, prescriptive, not.
He literally said earlier that this hyper-individualism eventually leads to the destruction of everything that is prescriptive, to a point that even being human will be questioned. And now he's saying that it's totalitarian and prescriptive. You're either so radically anti-totalitarian that you even question being a member of your species as a human, which again, that is the totalitarian future that he's talking about, which is insane. Like, it's like anti-quote-unquote totalitarian on steroids, or you are what you're saying right now. These are opposite things, Mr. Dugin.
Not free as it was in some.
And do you believe that was inevitable? That process that was always going to happen?
I think that is. I perceive here a kind of logic. So a kind of logic that is not just perversion or deviation. You start with one thing, you want to liberate individual. When you arrive at the point.
Dugin chief anti-fascist, definitely not projecting what he would do, yeah?
when it is possible, it is realized. So you need to go further. So, and you start to liberate yourselves from this time from old understanding.
There is a context. If he had an ounce of class consciousness, a context in which this critique of liberalism could work, and that's the one that we talk about here all the time, and that is liberalism's ability to pretty much engulf any social cause or any type of questioning of different oppressive structures while never addressing class, right? So capitalism can commodify the discussion about LGBTQ rights, about trans rights, about relationship between cis men and women, about the relationship between different ethnic minorities in the country, while ignoring the class issue, because at the end of the day, it only wants to create more worker bees, etc., and it wants to distance itself from the inherent reaction, but not in a reactionary way, as funny as it sounds, of people against the system that they find at this point exploits them, right? That is a critique that he could offer, but he does not want to include class analysis in absolutely any of this. And it just turns into just reactionary opinions on Jesus Christ, that these guys are giving up on all the traditional values that we've had as genders and as peoples and eventually as our species. Oh my Lord, they're going to all become aliens, etc., etc. Because again, it lacks the most basic fucking class undertones that are what underpins any sort of intersectional analysis. Because again, it would be against his personal interests.
Ending of individual in favor of more progressive concepts. So you could not stop here.
Even though what I said previously, that it can engulf, for example, more LGBT rights, more minority rights, etc., it only does so on the surface. That's number one. Because, okay, you are acknowledged, let's use the most, I guess, taboo, even though for me it's not taboo, but whatever. For these guys, taboo conversation, okay, trans people. So, yes, sure, capitalism can commodify trans identity, and, everybody will actually treat you as, a woman for somebody who, is a trans woman. But you'll still be a poor woman. You'll still be an exploited woman because you got to work. You'll still be treated like shit by your capitalist overlords because the class question will not be addressed. I mean, this is a ridiculous oversimplification that I'm giving here, but you get my fucking point. So it only addresses these things on the surface. That's number one. And number two, when capitalism inevitably, because it always does, gets into a point of crisis, it will pull all these so-called privileges that it has given to oppressed groups back in order to stimulate nationalism, patriotism, reactionary mentality inside of further festering fascist rhetoric inside of the state, in order for it to stop itself from completely degrading as capitalism in decay. Yep. This is all that he could say, and he probably, to an extent, understands. But no, because you got to do the fucking grind set, okay? Romka, thank you again for all the bits. Suka Voke Европейski are consuming Russia. The Transformers are coming. We need to assemble the most chauvinist oligarchs and financial capital to defense against Suka Voke Европейski. Oh God, yeah.
That is my vision. So if you...
Yeah, Yanni Gibashi, more trans concentration camel guards, exactly.
Say, I prefer all the liberal...
To facilitate further overexploitation of the workers. Yeah. I think we're all on the same page, Chad.
They would say, the progressives, they would say, it is not about all liberalism, it is about fascism. You are a defender of traditionalism, conservatism, fascism, so stop here. Either be progressive liberal or you are done, or we will cancel you. That is what we observe.
He's saying this as he's talking to fucking Tucker Carlson, the most uncancelable of cancelables. Like he's saying that the main authoritative tool that liberalism has is if you go against it, it will cancel you. Have you heard about the Republican Party, my dude? What the fuck are you? He is doing liberalism. This is a liberal analysis of the world. Because, again, he's hyper-focusing on identity. What do liberals do? They hyper-focus on all identity except class identity. And he's doing so when critiquing liberalism. The dude, this Russian anti-liberal, is a literal Burgerlandian liberal. You can't write this shit.
Well, it's certainly what we're living, and to see self-described liberals ban your book, which is not a manual for bomb making or invading Ukraine, it's a these are philosophical works, tells you that it's not, of course, it's not liberal in any sense. I wonder, though, like, when you reach the point when the individual can no longer liberate himself from anything, when he's just not even human, what's the next step after that?
And like, so what? Even if we reach a point where we're fucking aliens and we're making like mixed human alien fucking babies or whatever the fuck, or like we colonize a planet that is so far away that no longer connects to Earth human culture and it wants to create its own thing. Bad, why? And I'm the first like human ultra patriot or whatever the fuck, and I genuinely believe you can manipulate to play on some certain fascist inclinations that humans tend to have because they've been raised in bourgeois society for so long, to use it to unify our species through internationalism on the premise of stating that nationalists or human sectarians, as I would call them, go against the great humanist project of developing a human empire or whatever the fuck, but a human empire that can only be self-sufficient through a late-stage socialist system, right? You could use that, and I would play on that. I would write a fucking book on this. I think it would be very interesting to look at it from that premise as like a human patriot, like human patriotism, like hardcore humanism, like borderline like humanist chauvinism against species that we've never even met, because it doesn't really hurt these species that we haven't met, but it allows us to use this tribal mentality against tribal reactionary ideology, etc., etc. Managed democracy, though, but like unironically I'm talking about this. But even if we ignore that, so what? We go and we stop being quote unquote human at one point. We become something different. Why is that so? Why bad? Why bad? Why bad? We question being human. Okay, why bad? They don't offer this. Man, I hate myself that I'm even participating in like why being human bad. Like these premises that they put forward that are absolutely batshit fucking insane. But even these premises that they put forward that are batshit insane, like the consequence, Protestantism, liberalism, trans people, aliens, even inside of it, okay, so what? Okay, so what? Ronka, thank you for the 100 bits. Just wanted to say that he is just a liberal with Orthodox Church characteristics. Exactly. It's like there may be a link between liberalism and fascism. Yeah. And there are great like hardcore Orthodox religious people that I know myself that are fucking communists, but something just fucking offs in these fucking people's brains.
That is described in the pictures, American pictures, films, in many ways. So I think that that all the science fictions, almost all of the 19th century, were realized in the reality in the 20s. So there is nothing more realistic than science fiction. And if you consider Matrix or Terminator, you have so many more or less coinciding version of the future.
Who made Matrix?
The future with the post-human or human optional situation or artificial intelligence. Hollywood has made many films. I think they portray correctly reality of the close future. So
like, this is your future. This fucking grandma talking about trans people turning into aliens. This is everybody. Like, this is your schizo future unless you have a class-based analysis of material fucking reality. This is like playing D&D, but like IRL. Like it's a disease. It's a literal fucking disease, in my modest opinion.
For example, if we consider the man, the human nature, as a kind of rational animals, so you could now with our technology you could produce them. So you could create rational animals or combine them or construct them. And artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, neural network, plus huge database, it is a kind of king of the world, I would say, that could not only...
Oh my God, a deep analysis. What if AI? What if AI really smart and it does Terminator and Matrix on us? I am very smart man. Dude.
Only manipulate, but create realities, because the realities are...
Oh, and now, like, this is like 2 a.m. and you're talking to one of the dumbest dudes you've ever known, and you're like on your 7th fucking vodka, and he's like, dude, what if like AI takes over the world? And now he's moving into, dude, what if we live... Dude, look at me in the eyes. What if we all live in a simulation, dude? And this guy sells books. This guy sells books. Suka, woke AI will kill everybody. We need Tsarist Patriot AI. Da, blyat. Romka, I love you. Romka, are you from Russia? Because your humor levels are exactly on point.
Just images.
You said you're somewhere in Scandinavia currently, but are you Russian by any chance?
Just sensations, just feelings. So I think that post-humanist futurism is a kind of not only realistical description of the very possible and probable future, but as well a kind of political manifest. So it is not, that is kind of visual thinking. And the fact that you have no bright traditional future described in the films. I don't know any movie of the future in the West made about return to traditional life, the prosperity, the families with...
There's a guy, he died today that wanted to do that. Okay? There's a lot of movies about that. A lot of movies about returning to, empire, hyper-racialization, group belonging without class analysis. There's a lot of movies, Dugin. There's a lot of movies. There's like a very decent amount of films. Very, very decent amount of films. Very decent amount of films.
Many children's, everything is quite in...
Ramka, I'm originally from St. Petersburg and then went to high school in Vienna, but I live in Amsterdam right now, but still work in Austria. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. I've been to St. Petersburg, to Leningrad. I stayed there for like a month on an exchange program. Beautiful city. Only Russian city I've been to. But like arguably the most beautiful city I've been to, maybe number 2. It's ridiculous, which is obviously subjective. Leningrad, bled.
The shadow quite black. So if you used to paint everything black, and the future especially, so this black future once arrives, and I think that is the fact, the same fact that we have no other option, either Matrix or artificial intelligence, or something,
Again, my boy is talking about wokeism, about Matrix, about Terminator, about living in a simulation, and about, what's the last one? About AI ruling the world. This is an American Redditor. This is an American guy from Reddit. And not even with a lot of upvotes, right? Because even for Reddit, he was like, dude, like there's like 100 threads that talk about this. Why the fuck did you make another one in r/traditionalist? my dude is literally just this.
How many liberals does it take to change a log bulb? None! They're too busy. Their gender. Mayday, this is Delta 29er. We are losing altitude.
Shadow Rich Gang just took your soul, and you're never getting it back.
I am Dugin. Hot takes incoming.
I'm being gang stalked by the CIA. They put a chip in my brain.
But this is your intellectual giant. No matter, man, Russia, rest in peace, dude. Holy fucking shit, man. Our lord. But I love how like a couple of months before this guy's kid got killed, I'm sitting in a little bar talking to one of my best Russian friends. He's like, anti-Soviet or whatever, but like kind of class conscious, but his family was very cringe kulaks back before the revolution, so he like individually cannot stand the Soviet Union. But whatever, we agree to disagree. But he literally told me like, dude, Dugin in Russia is like a meme, like a deep internet meme. Like everybody's like, what the fuck, Dugin? What the fuck? And then after they blew up his fucking car, I was like, what the fuck were you telling me? Like the Ukrainians tried to assassinate him. That means that he has some influence, etc., etc. And he literally said they just gave him influence, which is one of the chills to this day. And they did give him influence.
Terminate.
Smallest Ukrainian L.
So the choice is already outside of the limits of humanity, and that is not just fantasy. I think that is.
Speaking of fantasy, they're about to sell you fantasy in exactly 1 minute and 1 second. Twitch will give you like propaganda about becoming an alien. If you don't want to watch propaganda about being a liberal alien, subscribe for $5 a month or for free through Prime and have an adless experience. Thank you kindly.
Kind of political project, and it is easily imagined because we have seen the films. They follow more or less close to this progressive, I would say, agenda.
So I've asked you no question.
Hollywood be making films about sci-fi, about future and future dystopian, and Hollywood sci-fi very good at guessing future dystopia, and they are making these movies because they want this dystopia to happen. What about AI? What about virtual reality? Oh my God, so scary. Again, I'm harping on the joke too much. Dugin is a liberal. Mic drop. Dugin is a liberal.
Questions about
an American liberal.
Russian politics that I'm not going to, because I think it's so interesting to.
The Transformers are coming to take away the children and make us gay with aliens.
See your perspective on
because movies say so.
Countries that you don't live.
Liberalism, am I right?
And because we do gain insight, I think, from the view of outsiders. My last question to you is, how do you explain this phenomenon I have noticed where for over 70 years, a group of people in the West and the United States, liberals, effectively defended the Soviet system and Stalinism, and many personally participated in Stalinism.
Tucker Bill like, man, this guy's talking too much about movies and fucking space aliens. We need to make him shit on the Soviet Union.
Spied for Stalin, supported him in our media. In the year 2000, and they loved Boris Yeltsin because he was drunk, but in the year 2000, leadership of this country changed and Russia became their main enemy. So after 80 odd years.
The main reason Tucker pushes this, and you can watch it in my video, which is one of the proudest ones I've ever had, is because he sees China as the eternal enemy, and he is doing active PR, not because he's paid by Putin or whatever, but because he's a very smart American capitalist and nationalist. He wants to push for a more pro-Russian perspective in the United States, because he understands that the current foreign policy of the United States is pushing Russia in China's arms, and that in the long run cannot be sustainable for the United States themselves. That is why he's using this platform to push this particular thing. He has also many times said that American culture is quote-unquote compatible with Russian culture, wink-wink white people, while completely incompatible with Chinese culture, wink-wink Asians, wink-wink communists, and therefore we need to do all we can to get Russia on our side instead of pushing them to the Chinese. This is why this rhetoric exists. Literally. I have fucking citations. I have him saying it with his own fucking words in interviews where he felt comfortable enough to share this, okay? I have unfortunately read like 30% of his book because I would have otherwise died. Okay, I didn't pay for it, thank God. That is why he's doing the whole like we need Russian friends, etc., etc. Not because he likes Russian people, not because he respects them, not because he respects Russian leadership, and not because he's getting Russian money, but quite literally because he thinks that is the direction that American foreign policy is supposed to go into. Also because racism towards India, so he wants to prioritize Russian allyship instead of India. Of course, yeah, that racism doesn't hurt. Romka, thank you again. Let's hear from our Austrian Russian. 99% of Russians think that liberal means anti-Putin and woke. The most opposition it gets is, look how many resources we have. We need to sell them to the West and get rid of corruption to have real capitalism and not the crony oligarchs. Yeah, I've talked about this plenty of times, and I think chat understands. But yes, exactly, that is it. Dude, the amount of like arguing I had to have with a very cool Russian guy that I met, like we're talking, we are agreeing on like 95% of things, and like the guy's just a fucking Marxist, right? And I'm like, man, it's so nice to meet somebody who's like left wing, and he's like a Russian who's left wing. He's like, what the fuck you're talking about? I'm right wing. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. And then I explained to him, he's like, dude, no, like this is what we call right wing in Russia. What you're trying to explain. They kind of redefined so-called left wing, even though it means nothing in the West, including in the East, but to redefine into people that talk about cultural issues more than absolutely anything else, and that are pro-America and therefore liberal and therefore left-wing. Like, if you think that Americans are, really lacking behind in understanding that liberalism is not left-wing, Russians are not that far behind, right? As Romka also signified through the post. So keep that in mind when you're talking to a Russian or a Belarusian, Ukrainian, no longer, because the politics are a bit more complicated at this point. But when talking to people from Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and most of the other Stan countries, keep that in mind.
Years of defending Russia, they hated Russia. What was that? Why the change?
I think that first of all, Putin is.
Yeah, Husar, exactly. Liberals in Russia are literally border Nazis, while traditionalists in Russia are just vanilla fascists. Exactly.
Traditional leader. So Putin, when he came to power, from the very beginning, he started to.
Why the change? Russia, they hated Russia. What was that? Why the change?
I think.
Wait, who hated Russia?
For Stalin. So Boris Yeltsin, because he was drunk. But in the year 2000, leadership of this country changed, and Russia became their main enemy. So after 80 odd years of defending Russia, they hated Russia.
They didn't hate Russia, but if you're talking about the leftist Tucker, the Soviet Union dissolved and it was no longer a socialist state. It was yet another just capitalist enterprise. So they no longer supported yet another capitalist enterprise. Surprise, surprise. Oh, my Lord.
What was that? Why the change?
I think that first of all, Putin is traditional leader. So Putin, when he came to power, from the very
thanks to the United States State Department, let's not forget, Putin was our guy quite literally until like 2010.
The beginning, he started to extract our country, the Russia, from the global influence. So he started to contradict to global progressist agenda, and these people who supported
they hate Putin because he's a traditionalist and doesn't like the gays. Yes, very much so. America known for changing its foreign policy towards states because they are hyper-traditionalist and homophobic. That is why the great, like this guy is saying that America is a principled country and it started changing. Not because Russia started questioning the international unipolar world order. No, it's because he didn't like the gays.
Soviet Union, they were progressists. and they are now progressists. So they have felt that now they were dealing with someone who doesn't share this progressist agenda and who tried.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, when Biden wakes up in the morning, he's like, we need the progressist agenda. We want to make all humans alien and give consciousness to animals. And what about, we want AI. We really want AI. That is why we need to fight Russia, because Russia believes in traditionalist values and strong men with big muscles, big muscles with oil on them and very hairy chest. And now they're rubbing, oh wait, the different podcast. Sorry, back to being Dugin. Yes, what was that? Yes, gay bad, yes.
And with success to restore traditional values, sovereignty of the state.
But yes, good point, Yanagibashi. I mean, the gay hating was how they sold it to live voters in America. Absolutely. Just how they sell hating on Palestinians because, oh my God, they're homophobic.
Christianity, traditional family. That wasn't evident from the beginning.
Megalesma. Mr. Putin wakes up in the morning and asks Alfred, have we gotten rid of the progressist agenda yet, da?
Outside. But when Putin insisted more and more on this traditional agenda, I would say, on the particularity and speciality of the Russian civilization as some special type of world vision that had and has now very little similarities with the progressive.
I'll leave you with this American liberal for a second while I go blow my nose. I'll be right back.
Ideals. So I think that they have discovered, they have identified in Putin precisely what Putin is. So he is a kind of leader, political leader, defending traditional values. So only recently, 1 year ago, Putin has made a decree of the political defense of traditional values. That was turning point, I would say. But observers from the progressive...
It wasn't questioning the American military-industrial complex through the intervention back in 2014 in Ukraine and the constant assistance for al-Assad in Syria. No, it was because he passed a law about defending traditional values. This is a classic reactionary propagandist that knows exactly what he is doing. This guy believes in nothing and just wants to get more power and more capital. Okay, this is a LARPer. This is a, what's the term? Just a so-called professional philosopher, a commodified philosopher that doesn't even do fucking philosophy. If this is philosophy, if AI bad, and we might live in simulation, and if you question gender, you'll eventually question if you're human in the first place. If this is philosophy, then I don't know. I'm fucking, I don't know, John Locke.
Camp in the West, I think they have understood that from the beginning of his rule correctly. So this hatred is not just casual, something casual or some mood. It is not.
It's not casual. It's very serious.
So it's metaphysical. So if you're
do you even know what it's metaphysical?
If your main task and main goal is to destroy traditional value, traditional family, traditional states, traditional relations, traditional beliefs, and someone on that with the nuclear weapon, that is not smallest, the least, but the last but not least argument. Someone with nuclear weapon to stand strong, defending traditional value, you are going to abolish. I think they have some basis for this Russophobia and the hatred for Putin. So it is not just by the chance. It's not some irrational change from Sovietophilia to Russia phobia. It's something deeper, I would say. It's my
The Soviet Union was socialist. It is no longer socialist, so they do not support it because the reason they supported it is not because of Russophilia or Ukrainophilia or Kazakhstanophilia, but because it was socialist, and leftists no longer do so, not at least in that context. A lot of leftists support it because it's questioning the unipolar world order, etc., and there is some arguments to be made there that are absolutely legitimate, but not because he believes in traditional values. The amount of intellectual masturbation you need to do to get to this particular conclusion is awe-inducing. And again, just signifies that this guy is just a fucking LARPer.
I guess it's clearly something deeper. We felt it was important for your ideas to get an airing in English in the United States, simply because we believe in the open airing of ideas. I guess we're liberals that way. So we're grateful that you took the time. Mr. Dugin, thanks.
Thank you very much.
The intellectual titan to beat all intellectual titans. Holy fucking shit. How many views does this have? 19 million. Very nice. God damn, bro. Watch U.S. Marines GoPro that challenges Pentagon's accounts of attack in Kabul. Yeah. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Some people think this guy has meaningful things to say. I mean, if you dig really, really deep, he said like half a smart thing about people constantly questioning all social structures, but I don't know why he premised it as being necessarily bad. We have that, and we have no, and that's it. That's what we have. Then he started talking about the Matrix in Hollywood. Also, slightly off topic. If Serge had media coverage and talking points like Israel has today, we would have seen access today. Absolutely. Romka, thank you for the 100 bits. I remember when Tucker went into Russia and drooled when he saw the metro, saying how good everything is in Russia. If only he knew what government built that metro that looks like a fucking palace. Exactly. Yeah. Who built that metro, Tucker? Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Let's start unwinding with cock philosophy.
Just remember
who I was always like disagreed on certain things, but I'm a fan of. Jesus Christ. He changed the name of his channel, and like that immediately led to plummeting views. And we even talked back then, and I was like, don't do it. Or if you do it, like add your name and then add the other thing, because he released a book and he wanted to like seem more respectable and so on. But that is like using traditional media mentality. This is the fucking internet. The future is not being respectable. Fuck respectability. I talk about Israel all the time. And I'm going to fucking grow. Okay? Not as a fucking strategy, because I'm just being my fucking self. And I love talking about the gooner state of Israel. But yeah, you should just return it to cock philosophy. Because, you know, the fucking drop in views is probably very noticeable. Let's see. The OGs know. Like the OGs, this is what you started with. The legendary Shrek, a Marxist analysis. Yeah, around here, this is where he changed his name, I think. No, my book is out. This is where he changed his name. Literally changed the name, and we went from like 700, 800, 250, 260. We went to 100, 150, and then to 80, to 46, to 30, to 42. Okay, 140, and goes back up, 150. Okay, he's going to fix it. He's going to fix it. Okay, let's watch this, because I am a fan of Sartre, and I am a fan of existentialism. There you go. Fucking piss on me for liking continental philosophy. Yeah, go fuck yourself as well. Let's watch this. I'm probably not going to comment much on it. Let's just enjoy it. Go and give Cock Philosophy a sub. Don't think that I'm making fun of them by calling them Cock Philosophy. That was their original name. But yeah, explaining this meme with existentialist philosophy. Just remember that I exist outside my own perception, and people can see me and form an opinion on me. The worst of nightmares.
I exist outside my own perception, and people can see me and form an opinion about me. I've seen this meme and similar sentiments.
Yeah, like paraphrasing, but other people's gaze is hell, right?
Shared around online by a considerable number of people. And I've always found it interesting that so many people seem to relate to it. That something as basic as being perceived by another person can cause such
other people is hell. I remembered it. Other people is hell.
Discomfort or disgust or even horror. There's certainly a lot of psychological ways in which one could analyze and explain this phenomenon, but while reading the French existentialist philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, I noticed that Sartre explains precisely...
Literally, if you want to get, like, obviously you'll have a very simplistic understanding of him, but... This. Oh, shit, fucking... Marx himself fell because I'm talking about Sartre. Holy fucking shit, brother. This, just read this. Here he's even talking with some, in my opinion, extremely toxic Marxists. This is like a fucking 2-hour read, dude. And you will get the basic premise of existentialism. If you want to go deeper afterwards, you have shit that... I'm not... This much thicker, which, yeah, I don't really suggest it unless you're really into fucking philosophy. But yeah, let's go back. Jesus Christ, Marx.
This phenomenon in philosophical terms as being an inescapable aspect of human existence. At least he does so in his early work, most notably Being and Nothingness. So how would the early Sartre explain this feeling? Some of the most famous moments in Sartre's philosophy are the situations that he depicts in order to illustrate a point. One such famous moment is his description of a situation in which you are in a hotel hallway looking through a keyhole into one of the rooms.
Oh yeah, this is very good.
Curiously watching the people inside it. So good. Here you are a subject, freely choosing to gaze upon a set of objects. But then, suddenly another...
Wait, what? My camera was reversed? Existentialism is a humanism. Existentialism is a humanism. The bare bones you will get from this.
The person enters the hallway and sees you. Here you are a subject, freely choosing to gaze upon a set of objects. But then, suddenly another person enters the hallway and sees you voyeuristically looking through the keyhole. And you suddenly realize that, in the act of watching, you yourself are being watched. Suddenly, you become conscious of yourself not as a subject looking at objects. Suddenly, you yourself are the object inside another person's perception. This realization of yourself as the object of another person's gaze, in this case, manifests itself in shame. It is as if the center of gravity in your experience is suddenly taken away from you and placed in the position of another person. And this experience of shame is also to an extent an experience of unfreedom. Suddenly, as you realize you're being watched, you no longer view yourself on your own terms, but in terms of how the other person views you. It's almost as if you...
Just to oversimplify massively, how you behave when you're completely by yourself. Like, again, insane oversimplification. But I'm like, in my fucking underwear, fucking covered in fucking chips, like halfway into a fucking KFC bottle, or like a bucket, fucking watching some fucking YouTube videos that fucking make no fucking sense, but are funny. Like, I would never do that if I knew that my girlfriend is at home and she would see me. Or, okay, maybe my girlfriend, not that much. You know, the subject kind of disappears when you spend enough time with a particular person. But, and, you know, I think Sartre also makes that point. Like, that's the beauty of love and finding a partner and sharing a life with someone, because, you know, you're no longer perceived as you no longer feel like a subject even when they are looking at you, because you share so many moments together. And it's kind of beautiful. But you know, if my friends walked in, or God forbid, if somebody I don't know walked in, I would immediately stop behaving like this disgusting, borderline gooned out fucking idiot, right? That is like the feeling of absolute freedom to completely be myself, truly myself, is sometimes only possible when you think that you're truly alone, because then you are not obstructed by being the subject of somebody else's perception, and therefore not being the subject of any sort of social norms or anything. You're just you, and you're fucking disgusting. And in that disgust, there is great beauty.
You are constrained, trapped by their gaze. And instead of a free being, you become an object in someone else's mind.
Yeah, are you really yourself when you change your behavior for others? Great question. But are you capable of not changing yourself for others? De facto. That is very much so, I think, what the video might try to answer. Yes, okay, very, very radical answer. Let's see.
Watched, you no longer view yourself on your own terms, but in terms of how the other person views you. It's almost as if you are constrained, trapped by their gaze.
Incredibly difficult.
And instead of a free being, you become an object in someone else's mind, subject to all of their potential thoughts and judgments about you. When I experience myself as a subject, I am free to determine what I will do and what kind of person I am. But once I am trapped in another person's gaze, I am subject to a certain preconceived notion.
Gay Lenin, did you see the great Serbian victory accomplished by a revolutionary leader, Comrade Jokic da brate, and his team of proletariat heroes against the bourgeois Lakers and the capitalist scum LeBron? Absolutely destroyed. Pišaj po Jenkijima, brate, samo pišaj.
Of who I am.
I don't know if you were here, but I did a whole lesson on Balkan sports culture and how it's one of the rare ways of escaping poverty over here. It was a whole lesson. They called it Balkan teacher, please. Ooh.
My freedom seems to be limited by it, as I ultimately cannot control how the other person will view me. Sartre says that this is the ultimate meaning of the myth of Medusa. The gaze of the other turns me into stone. An object. And this horror at being watched is also partly the meaning of the famous quote in Sartre's play No Exit, in which the character Carlson, while being gazed upon by other people, famously says,
"Do you remember all those stories they used to tell us about the brimstone and the fires and the torture chambers? The old wives' tales. No. There's no need of red-hot pokers. Hell is other people."
As a subject, I have limitless freedom and infinite potential. But as an object, I am judged and narrowly defined. This contradiction often involves the feeling that I must conform to the conception another person has of me. The tension between how I view myself and how I am viewed by another human being can be quite a painful one. And I think this is precisely the sentiment that this meme expresses. In Sartre's philosophy, this conflict, this tension, is an inescapable aspect of living in a world with other people. Conflict is the original meaning of being for others, he writes. While I attempt to free myself from the hold of the other is trying to free himself from mine. While I seek to enslave the other seeks to enslave me. It's quite a cynical view of interpersonal relationships, which Sartre believed applies even to romantic relationships. I have a certain conception of who my lover is, and I try to possess them as someone essentially belonging to me. And likewise, my lover has a certain conception of who I am, and tries to possess me in turn. And while on the one hand I want to possess my lover, on the other hand I also want them to love me freely. There is thus a tension at the very heart of the relationship which cannot be resolved without killing the relationship itself. For Sartre, all human relationships have this tug of war between subject and object, between the watcher and the watched, between freedom and constraint. When I am trapped by the other person's gaze, I can either try to reassert my freedom against them and suffer all the conflict.
There you go. This is the answer Cyber Service answering. Okay, well, what do we do about it? So here we go. You have two solutions. I'm not talking because Cuck Philosophy is probably going to explain it better than I do. I'll just go on about gooning.
And constraint.
I don't even goon.
When I am
I don't know why I made it such a big thing here. I don't even goon, but whatever.
Other person's gaze, I can either try to reassert my freedom against them and suffer all the conflict, fear, and uncertainty that comes with it, or I can disavow my freedom by trying to conform as much as possible to the conception the other person has of me, thereby accepting my status as object. And yet, whichever option I choose, I am still choosing it freely. I cannot escape my own freedom even if I disavow it, even if I deceive myself into thinking that I can. And it is partly this point about the inescapability of freedom that makes Sartre an existentialist. Later, when Sartre came to identify more closely with Marxism, he rejected this early view of interpersonal relationships, arguing that what he was describing was not, in fact, an essential aspect of human existence, but only an aspect of life in an alienated society, which could be overcome with revolutionary solidarity. Whether you agree more with his earlier pessimism,
alienated society leads to judgment, because alienated society leads to insecurity of who we are, and therefore to insecurity over who other people get to be. Your gaze can be one without judgment, and therefore the other can no longer be hell. But the only way to avoid your gaze being free from judgment and other people's gaze being freed from judgment is when they are allowed to pursue an existence of their choosing, an existence that they are free to decide to pursue. So, when you get to be, to achieve enlightenment, to be who you are meant to be, who you have meant yourself into being, you will no longer look at others' pursuit of that same goal with judgment, and therefore will not also be perceived through judgment. And therefore, you might be the subject of another person's gaze, but it is not going to be one of hell because there will be no judgment. Hence, why it is a source. Why is it sourced from alienation, which is caused directly or indirectly by the current status quo and the current system as we have it. There you go. It doesn't have to be. Thought it was an ad segue. Go fuck yourself. Fucking asshole. So there you go. Like, that's why you shouldn't undermine like relatively metaphysical conversations such as this, or like philosophers in general, as you know, we as Marxists, this has nothing to do with us. No, fuck off. Like, seriously, fuck off.
Or his later historical view, that is a free choice I leave up to you. Before we end, I'd like to thank my wonderful and talented wife for drawing art for this video. And I'd like to thank my patrons, who objectify me with their gaze. 404.
Fuck yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Amazing, amazing work. Amazing piece. I'll make myself sound sophisticated. It's an amazing piece. Chicka bum bum, 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 chicka bum 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 bum. Indeed. This is a literal Nazi account, by the way.
One of the most egregious.
This is a literal Nazi account. Zoomer Historian, 120,000 subscribers. If you have the time to report this channel, I do encourage it. I found it randomly. This is a literal Nazi account. He has a whole video about how the Nazis didn't want to create Lebensraum and mass murder everybody to the east so that they can spread their beautiful, beautiful, there you go, the Lebensraum myth. This is just a fucking Nazi propaganda channel, like unironically. And it's pretty successful at it as well. See how much money this fucker gets. 520 members, more than on my Patreon. By the way, check out my Patreon if you want to. But yeah, he has 100 more members than I do on my Patreon. At least paid members. I think I have like 390 or 400 members. Literal Nazi account. Just so you know, just random piece of information. It popped up. How come you don't upload your older live streams? I might want to revisit them. They were being privated automatically, and they disappear on Twitch after a while. But now they go up. Let me see if it's working. If you go twitch.tv/Ugopnik. Oh my God, I'm watching myself. Let me see. What the fuck do I click? This? Yeah. And then videos. These are clips. Recent broadcasts. Yeah, there you go. American cops keep cracking down. This is from yesterday. Dugin versus Carlson still being made, right? So now they're being posted. I apologize that they were disappearing. I didn't make it like a members only thing or whatever. Yep. And yes, the mods are working on a VOD only channel as well, which is very based. And are helping me out with the You Got Me Highlights channel, which is fucking awesome. Yeah, baby. Well, what's this? Hitler, rest in peace, bozo bitch! Follow your leader, motherfuckers! I didn't even remember, baby! Happy fucking Hitler Death Day, motherfucker! Jesus Christ. Oh, man. I get passionate sometimes. Let's use that word. Hugo falls off his chair. This is still a thing. God damn it. Charging. Fucking hell. And I fell forwards. That's the dumbest shit, Matt.
He repeatedly said, "I can't breathe," but officers ignored his pleas as he lost consciousness. The body cam video shows police waited 5 minutes to check for his pulse, then another 3 minutes before CPR was started. One officer's heard joking, saying, quote, "I've always wanted to be in a bar fight. I don't know if this counts," unquote.
Stu.
Wonderful.
So,
a new
again,
child soldier.
barbecue.
Subscriber.
Thank you, Megumba, for the sub. Thank you, my beautiful 4th month fucking legend. Texan like thing when you cook a pig for like 12 to 16 hours. All great things you do with a pig. What's not great is giving them the money that's supposed to go for fucking healthcare, so that they can just kill minorities on the regular or stop anti-genocide protests.
Frank Tyson died just 12 days after being released from 24 years in prison.
What is this? Metal detector. I think he's on an airport. Oh
Dude,
yeah, this was legendary.
To a fucking metal detector.
That is awesome. Jesus Christ. Dude,
this
is he about to
feels
live
illegal?
stream a fucking airport attack? Diego, please do not.
Doesn't this feel illegal?
Oh. And also, why am I screaming? Oh my God, I hope he muted me. I just shouted those words. Shit, fuck. Yes, oh my God, he's laughing. I love to drink rum and walk in parks. I didn't know what to say. He did not mute me, man. He was literally passing through a fucking airport, through the metal detector. There was a phone passing through a metal detector on an airport, and the voice from the phone was screaming, "Airport attack, airport attack." Jesus fucking Christ, man. That was very fucking funny. Oh, any other interesting clips? So filter by past broadcasts. I want the newest ones or whatever the fuck. Clips. Yeah, not top. I don't want top. I want newest. Ah, Jesus Christ. Brown people dead. What is this? Brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead, yeah, brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead, brown. Man, I'm not, yeah. I'm very clippable. Let's use that term. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, but fuck that Zoomer historian guy. Fuck that guy. Yeah, literally. You know, probably the one thing he doesn't do is have sex. Anyways, I think that's all that I had for today. Yeah,
I exist.
I think that's all that we had for today. Let me just check if we have the Unhinged playlist, if anything new on the Unhinged playlist. Unhinged playlist. Yeah, we have some new shit. My wife has a perfectly dry P word. Rating the way white celebrities say the end. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not touching this. Or am I touching this?
The N-word. A word that's so infamous that only one group of people can say it. Y'all already know what the N-word is. I really don't have to go into definition. Only black people can say it. Everybody knows why. Everybody knows the history. I ain't gonna get into that. All you gotta know is only black people.
No, I'm not out of the juice yet, Givashi. I'm great. I'm great. Just, you know. Yeah, ran out of content, to be perfectly honest. Oh, yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, this video, let's watch it. Fuck it.
People can say the word. But even though everybody knows that, some people still choose not to follow this rule. And of those people, I have gathered 7 well-known celebrities who have publicly broken this rule. And because I'm black, I'm finna rate them. We finna put them on trial. Today, I'll give these celebrities a 1 through 10 ranking.
I think this is the definition of a video you can't really react to as a white boy as myself. We can only watch and I guess laugh. Can I laugh? I guess I can laugh.
Know how they said the N-word. If it's 6 or higher, they get the pass. But if it's 5 or lower, they will be punished. I'm not here to waste time. Let's get right into it. First up, Nate Diaz.
Yo, assalamu alaikum, my niggas. What's good? But
Alright, bro.
He fucking combined it. Motherfucker went for a combo. Change the title, mods. I love you. He fucking comboed, man. He did the hello my Muslim friends, and then he went right in with the caca like a proper fucking boxer with the N-word. God damn it, man.
I got one question for y'all.
Are you okay?
What the hell do you expect me to do? Like, this is Nate Diaz we're talking about, bro. Like y'all expect me to give him a 0, bro? Like, this is Nate Diaz we're talking about. Like, hell no, this nigga getting a 10. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody in their right mind would press him on this issue, bro. Like, real talk. Like, he literally just won a fight yesterday, bro. Like, I'm not finna press him on this. But the overall rating, though, I think no bias aside.
Yeah, I don't think it's Islamophobic to say assalamu alaikum, salam alaikum. Like, it's fucking, you know, it's just saying it in the language. But the other part,
10
yeah,
out of 10.
for sure.
Like, very, very, very good. Chill, nice flow, came out smoothly. He had a little flair, had a little...
Nick Diaz. Mega lesma. Nick Diaz belongs to all minorities at once. He has a Brazilian past too if he wants.
You feel me? A Assalamu alaikum 1-2 punch, you feel me? What he would give me if I didn't say this shit was a 10. And I felt like he came off very natural, bro. Like, you know, he says this shit often. Like, probably because he does say it often, but like, I'm not finna press him. Again, to me, he's very, very light-skinned. Just saying. But overall, let him slide. He passes. He gets the N-word pass for life. Moving on. Next up, Justin Bieber.
What? Justin Bieber said it?
Less lonely one less lonely one less lonely there's gonna be one less if I kill you, I'll be part of the KKK.
The voice
there'll
crack
be
is
one
insane.
less lonely there's gonna be one
People
less
laughing at
lonely.
that what makes this video crazy, bro. I'm pretty sure we all seen that clip before, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I personally remember, like, when this clip came out, bro, and everybody was going crazy and bashing him, and we're so surprised. But me personally, I wasn't surprised at all. Like, just look at him, bro. Like to me, he just looks like...
I would love to make a lot of fucking great fucking like jokes about white American people, but isn't he Canadian? What the fuck?
Someone who would say that. And compared to all the other crazy shit that he did during that time period, bro, to be honest, this wasn't nothing, bro. Like, bro looked like he averaged at least 20 N-words a day, bro. Like, let's keep it a beam. Like, we all knew he said that shit. And I guess the KKK bit added a little bit more to it, and especially since he made it a goddamn nursery.
Yeah, and became a like informed racism. It wasn't just a 15-year-old like saying a word that maybe he doesn't understand the context. The second my dude started bringing up the KKK, like he knew exactly what he was doing. This was fucking targeted out of its fucking mind.
I'm like, what the hell? But I mean, me personally, like, I just come to expect this type of shit out of someone who looks like that, bro. I'm just being real. But on to the ratings, though. Personally, I like the little touch. Like, he didn't just say it. He kind of, like, had a little flow and a little song. Something, like, I feel like I was singing at goddamn PS4 parties or some shit. Like, it wasn't just basic or bland. So, like, I give it some points for that. But that KKK bit, that was wild. I'm not finna lie. Like, and plus, I'm pretty sure he said the hard R at least one time in that whole thing. So, like, you gotta deduct some points right there, too. So, I mean, yeah. But, like, besides that, it could have been worse. I still will give it around a 5. All right? I think this is a fair rating for this, all things considered. All right? Moving on. Next, we got Pokemon.
Nick, you ain't funny. That's not true. Maybe
The classes
you're
will
just
always
boring
get me,
as
bro.
fuck
No.
and lame as hell.
Bro, wait.
Since when has she been streaming? God fucking damn it. Holy shit. That looks like it was recorded on a toaster.
Cause only lame niggas say that shit. Oh my god.
Man, I really shot myself in the face by saying that I'm gonna conclude most streams with the unhinged stream suggestion, and my fucking mods put this in the fucking thing. You motherfuckers are continuously shooting me in the goddamn dick, man.
That one saying is so iconic to me, bro. Only lame niggas say that shit. But anyways, I mean, I think everybody's seen that clip too. She's explained it. It was a long time.
She's Moroccan, so fucking what? Jesus Christ. If you're Moroccan, you can't say what? Okay, I'm not black. Maybe Moroccans can say it, but I don't think Moroccans can say it because they're Moroccans.
Time ago, she was a different person. She still did say it, so.
And what is this even this discussion about who can say it? Like, I don't.
The only reason why most people
Mods, I will kill you for this. I swear to fucking God. I swear to God, dude. You're making me walk some insanely thin lines. Jesus Christ.
let that shit slide is because she's fun. Like, let's keep it a bean. If she was on my 600-pound life and she said that shit, let's keep it a bean, she would not get away with that shit. Pretty privilege is a thing, bro. Let's not ignore it. Other than that, though, the delivery was straight. It was a funny-ass clip. It made me laugh. So, I mean, I gotta give it something off of that. But, I mean, I don't think it was meant in a hateful manner or whatever. So, I mean, it's whatever. Did a little hot Cheeto girl clapping with it. Like, that added a little bit of a touch to it. So, with all that considered, I'll give it about... I'll give it an 8. Maybe not. I'll give it 8.5. Maybe a 9. You will get the N-word pass, although just for that one-time occurrence, right? You can't be around.
I mean, it sounded. Let me shoot my career in the foot and participate. Okay, Justin Bieber is a 1 out of 10. That was like hardcore racism, especially with the KKK thing. The first guy, he was like passionate or whatever, and he wanted to say words. 5 out of 10. I don't think there was much intention. This is 8 out of 10. I don't think there's like any racist intention in this. It's just a stupid fucking kid being a stupid fucking kid. No excuses, but just a stupid fucking kid.
I'm here using that shit willy-nilly around here, bro. Come on now. Like, you're fine, but you're not that fine. But you know who is that fine, though? Our next contestant. Now, if you don't know who Gina Rodriguez is...
Thank you very
Wonderful,
much.
A new child soldier. I mean subscriber.
Disestablishmentarian. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful.
Let me go ahead.
You choosing to subscribe right as I'm reacting to this video is fucking wild, but thank you.
Go ahead and put her on the screen right now. If you still don't know, she's the actor who played Jane from Jane the Virgin. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. She can say the hard ER. It do not matter. I'm still...
Isn't this the chick that from the fucking
Gina
from the Barbie
Rodriguez
movie?
is. Let me go ahead and put her on the screen right now. If you
Isn't she? No,
still don't
no,
know,
no.
she's the actor who
That's
played
a
Jane
different
from
lady.
Jane the Virgin. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. She can say the hard ER. It do not matter. I'm still giving her a 10 out of 10.
Voodoo. I could do what you do, believe me. Just give me heebie-jeebies. What you do, believe me.
Giving her a 10 out of 10.
Voodoo. I could do what you do, believe me. Just give me heebie-jeebies.
So the backlash.
I still stick to what I said earlier. I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting that, bro. Niggas give me heebie-jeebies. That shit is different, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, the flow, the delivery, it was straight. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say she had racist intent. This was just a song lyric, so I'm not gonna get mad over this. Like, she still shouldn't have said it, but, like, I don't think anybody's actually gonna get offended about this. But, like, the flow, the delivery, the bro.
Okay, next.
I was not lying when I said that shit. I'm really giving her a 10 out of 10. It really doesn't matter in the discussion.
Oh, a 1 out of 10. That was...
What a fucking nigger. Jeez, oh my god, what the fuck?
That, dude, to this day, I cannot watch this guy because of this fucking clip. And not because I'm a triggered little lib or whatever the fuck, but just the context, the way he said it, the tonality, the app, like... He used it 1,000,000% as a derogatory term. That I don't think there's any fucking wrong with it. Like, that was like hard. Like, ignore even the ER thing. That was like, that's how a person who doesn't like black people says this. Like,
Sorry, but what the fuck?
The sorry is crazy.
What a fucking...
Look, I'm gonna keep it real. We've all seen that clip, right? Like, that clip is famously known across the whole internet, bro. Like, we all know that clip. In my opinion, that came off way too clean. I feel like you say that in your free time, bro. Like, I feel when you're offline, no cameras, you just playing with your boys, you be averaging at least 10.
Like, your dog is like biting on the fucking sofa, and you're like, stop doing that, you fucking, you know?
Them hoes, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you be averaging a lot, bro. Like, maybe some Wilt numbers.
But genuinely, I don't think he did it because edgy gamer. Like, that is a guy that doesn't fucking like black people. That's how it sounds like. So 1 out of 10.
His prime, bro. I do not know. But in my opinion, I've never watched the dude anyway, so I didn't really care. But a lot of people did, so it is whatever. All in all, though, I'll rate that. I think that's a 4. No, I think I rate that a 3. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like it. Like, it was way too smooth to be the hard R. I just don't like the delivery. It was just like, it was uncalled for. He could have said so many different words, but he chose that one. Like, it's just kind of uncalled for me. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, moving on.
I'm rocking Tommy Hilfiger, I'm a fucking underwear, got my Calvin.
Is that Jake Paul?
Call me Justin fucking Bieber. I was at his house, that shit was like a beaver, that shit was damn.
Bro, this shit is ass. ass. Like, bro, it's not even that funny ass where, like, you know, you can at least laugh about this shit, bro. This is just straight dog shit. Like, bro, how do you make a track this bad, bro? I'm not even focused on the nigga, bro. Nigga, that shit was ass. Like, bro, I'm so dead ass right now, bro. I want to give you a 0 friends ever made, because I'm not even ass about that. Phone gave you every day. I was not joking when I said that shit. You're actually getting a negative score. I think all around that's a pretty fair score. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Next up, we got Louis C.K.
He's the blackest white guy I fucking know. And in all the negative things we think about black people, this fucker.
You're saying I'm a nigger?
Yes, you are the niggerest fucking white man I have ever.
Pause. All right, bro. I think we've seen enough. Look, bro. Chris Rock, you're a coon. Not only did you just let him say the hard R, but then after he said that shit, your ass agreed with him. And not only that, you co-signed it. And then you just laughed about it like it wasn't a big deal. Like, oh yeah, man, this is just a regular day for me, man. Like, yeah, he says this all the time. Like, yeah, he sure is a nigga. Bro, I don't even have to watch the rest of this clip to know that. You're definitely getting your black card removed after I'm done with this shit, bro. Like, real talk. Like, this clip, it's gonna justify Will Smith smacking your ass, bro. I'm just gonna be real, bro.
I don't think he could do that.
Thank you.
I don't think.
Thank
Dude, when the arguably the shittiest person in the room is the person that says, holy fucking shit, that was bad. Like, why did that happen? Holy fuck. I'm not laughing because this is a serious matter and this is fucking horrible. Then you know you did a very fucking disgusting thing.
There's only two. I mean, no, you don't even understand.
Really?
You don't really know him. Like, I've worked with him.
No, like you're.
This is a Zionist fucking saying, holy shit, he should have said that.
There's no way he just said that. Oh yeah, guys, y'all don't really know him like that. Like he's not racist, guys. He's cool. Like me and him are cool. Like me and him are friends. Like he helps me with my jokes sometimes, and in return, I let him call me a nigga. Goddamn coon, bro. He's starting to get on Uncle Ruckus timing, bro. I'm not even finna lie like that. That's major coon behavior, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. When a white man has a problem with that shit, as a black man, you should then realize, okay, maybe this is not a good idea. Because even Seinfeld seen some shit wrong with this, bro. How do you, as a black man, not realize the problem in this shit, bro? That's not okay. He should not be saying that word, bro. Like, real talk, you making a good case for your black card to get revoked, bro. Not just the N-word pass, your black card too.
I wouldn't use it anywhere.
No, exactly. These two.
We say nigger on stage.
On stage.
You guys.
Why he said it? Ah, fuck, man.
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
That's the difference between. Yeah.
That's right.
God damn it, man.
We can pair up in different ways, but that's definitely a pairing. Who says nigger on stage? We don't.
Well, you just did.
And then he just fucking. I'm not surprised with fucking Ricky Gervais, but.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
You and me say nigger in private.
No.
These two guys. These two guys don't.
That's it. I'm done with this shit. Look, bro. Like, this is supposed to be a rating, right? But, like, honestly, I just can't rate this shit, bro. Like, this shit is crazy. As a black man, Chris Rock, you gotta say some shit about this. Like, I'm gonna get on Louis C.K. and the other dude in a second, but, like, as a black man, Chris Rock, you gotta be held accountable. Behind closed doors, bro, that boy, I swear to God, he probably be getting walked over, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But on to Louis C.K. and the other dude. Like, for both of them, that shit just came out way too smooth. Like, it's obvious. They even said it.
Even child bride enjoyer Seinfeld knew it's messed up, man. God.
They used it multiple times before. Hell, they probably say that shit every single day on the regular. Probably average about 20.
The only ER that I like to use when referring to Louis C.K. is ginger. I'm 12.
5 N-words per day, bro. Hard ER, N-A. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they're way too comfortable with saying that shit. Like, I don't even really want to do a rating for this one, but, like, I guess I'll just give it like a 2 or 1. I'll probably just give it a 1. The actual delivery of the N-word wasn't bad. It was pretty smooth, but like, I just don't like the disrespect in the video, bro. Like, it's just crazy disrespectful. All right, next up.
Is that why?
Holy shit, of course there's Aiden Ross in here. My arch enemy.
Xbox message, niggas can see it though. That's the thing.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real. That's Aiden. That's the bro. Like, real talk. Like it sounded fluent, came off right. Like, real talk, I'm gonna get straight to it. That's a 9.5 out of 10. And fam Ben had to pass, so I don't even have to give him that. Moving on, though. All right, bro. This is how we gonna do it. You're waiting to see who's guilty and who's not guilty. I'm not gonna waste your time. Here you go. But you'll see at the top, there's 2 people with a 10 out of 10. So, what we gonna do is a little sudden death round. Out of these 2 contestants, I'm gonna pick which one I like better. So, with that being said, in my opinion, the winner of this competition is none other than Nate Diaz. Because who else? Yep, Nate Diaz is officially very, very, very light-skinned. And I know a lot of y'all wondering why I didn't.
Okay, God bless. And with that being said, thank you very much for joining me on today's motherfucking stream. It was a joy. It was a pleasure. We figured out that Dugin is actually an American liberal. We talked about the connection between Joe Biden's identity, ideology, and the Zionist project. And we did a second stream in a row. Thank you very much to all my subscribers. You guys make this fucking possible. We hit the 1K again. And this month, I'm going to be streaming so fucking hard. We're going to hit the 1.5 and we're going to grow this motherfucking community. Share this show with all your friends that you think would enjoy it, but not this part of the show where we were looking at the ratings of people, white people saying the N-word. Yeah, what the fuck? What? Mods, I'm literally going to be doing a lot of spanking later. Jesus goddamn Christ. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. Thank you all the followers. Join my fucking Discord. At this point, it's like 4,000 people. It's really nice. There, I will always update you on when the stream is happening. Follow me on motherfucking Instagram. That's also a place where you can see my shit. Instagram.com/Ugopnik. And thank you. This was really fun. This was genuinely really, really fun. A bit toxic because, again, we had to watch conversations about Dugin and Joe Biden. But hell, it's nice. It was nice. It was a mood. It was a mood, and I fucked with it. And let's decide who gets my leftovers. Oh, fuck yeah, Rob Russ. Oh, before he fucking leaves. Fuck yeah. Let's do it quickly. I owe him quite a few. Okay, Raid, go say hi. Send my love to my favorite Rob Rousseau, we also refer to as Rob Russ. Right here. You know what to spam. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you especially to my wonderful, wonderful mods. And I look forward to seeing you most likely tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then on Thursday, but most likely tomorrow. We might be doing some gaming. I don't know. I'm thinking about gaming. I think I'm playing Fallout again. I finally got my fucking old save file so we can play some Fallout and experience all the Fallout. If you know what I mean. Okay, go say hi to my boy and have a great rest of the day. See you tomorrow at the same time. Bye-bye.